Alright, and okay, we're live. So, welcome to episode 31 of Cast in Shadows. And so, Star Citizen Alpha 3.14 is in the PTU Wave 1, which, for know what that means, public test universe. It's essentially like testing the alpha before the alpha goes live for everyone else to test. And Wave 1 means that only subscribers and concierge members get to test it. And subscribers are essentially, exactly what it is. It's people that pay a $10 subscription every month, and uh, concierges those that have spent over $1,000 backing the game. So essentially, Wave 1 is subscriber and concierge members get the play test the BTU, and then Wave 2 it goes to everyone. You guys actually got to play it. I haven't yet.
Yep.
You guys got to
Yep.
test out the PTU, and obviously 3.14 has Crusader, Orison, the new combat model, the new flight HUD, the capacitors, a lot of other things.
Yeah, it's definitely a change, and I will note for anyone who hasn't been keeping up with the posts on Spectrum, so the official forums here. There have also been several, I want to say almost a dozen, if not more, ships whose shields have been changed around. So
Right.
either losing shields. So, for example, I believe the fuck, I don't even remember.
I have it here. So ships that are rebalanced for 3.14. So first we got the Origin 600i. Now has two size 3 shields from one size 3 shield. But now has two. The
Yep.
Van Duel Blade has two size 1 shields from just one. The Anvil Hurricane now has only one size 2 shield as opposed to two size 1s. The Anvil Terrapin has one size 2 versus two size 2s. The Drake Caterpillar now has two size 3 shields. The Arside Constellation has one size 3. Aegis Saber has two size 1s instead of the three size 1s it had previously. Misk Razor has one size 1. Origin 95X has one size 1. And Crusader Starfighter Ion has two size 2s instead of the three size 2s that it was initially concepted.
I think it also should be noted that shields got to change also. So isn't there HP pool been tripled?
So for ships size 1 and 2, so size 3 and up still function the same as they did before. Multi-phased shields, but or multi-faced shields.
HP pools got buffed.
Yeah, they changed that the pool health pools for each of those sides. But for size 1 and 2 created shields, now they're effectively like bubble shields. So if you get hit on, say, your left shield face, and then your shields are down on that side, all your shields are down. Like, it's not just that side.
Bubble means that just there isn't a face. You just have one shield covering.
It's a bubble
so
shield.
If you take a hit, yeah. Whereas the larger shields have faces, and you can redistribute. Well, can you redistribute now? I haven't tried it in the.
I haven't played the new patch yet, so I don't know.
But anyway,
I'm not concierge or subscriber.
Their HP pools are separate if you have shield faces, whereas if you have a bubble shield, then you just have one HP pool for the entire circumference of your.
Also, I believe they made it so right now. What I've heard from other people is that if the shield, so essentially for the bubble shields, where you don't have shield faces, HP is generally speaking lower compared to the ones that have faces. However, the regen on them is much higher. So essentially, it's like, okay, your shield might go down. However, if you manage to go and not take a hit for like 1 second, okay, you've started getting some shields back here. I don't know if that's exactly the if it's 1 second or what, but that's the general gist of it. That being said, from what I've heard of people who have done the combat so far in it, it sounds like the light fighters are actually ripping through everything right now, because the ships now, because of those engine changes, do not turn as fast as they used to, like
I can
yawing
attest to
around.
that.
So apparently, it's really made combat a bit of a pain for some of the larger ships.
Yeah, there's some changes that I like and some changes that I don't like. Combat is definitely 100% different than it was in 313. You can't take any of the loadouts and expect them to behave like they do in 314. Wait, switch that around.
Yeah, in 313.
But
Safety.
I don't like what they've done with energy weapons per se. I like the capacitor gameplay idea, but they've changed everything across the board to look like ammo count. So if you have a repeater, then it'll show a number of shots that you can fire before that repeater is out of ammo. And then once you stop firing, I think it takes like a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds before it'll start regenerating the ammo count there. I would prefer that just to be a complete um, recharge rate. I mean, I'd rather they balance it with energy coming in constantly instead of it like this is what you've got your energy pool, and then once you stop, it takes a second to recharge. I'd rather it be a constant recharge, except just not a really fast one by default.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. And I do agree that that would probably make more sense. But this is also the first iteration of the whole capacitor stuff, so things are going to, things aren't going to be changed. There isn't going to be like a final
Yeah.
implementation at all.
I mean, how many times? Like, I would say the only times we've really seen like first implementation of something in Star Citizen being like really good is the occasional FPS weapon here and there. So
Pretty much.
that's definitely one of their strengths, is they know how to make a good gun.
Speaking of which, we haven't gotten a new gun in a while.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. I think the last gun we got was the FS9 and AO3 sniper rifle. FS9 LMG and AO3, which was, I want to say, like Q1 of this year, 2021. Speaking of weapons, from the patch notes, we got no overpowered meta weapons. Each weapon type has advantages and disadvantages. Weapon loadout should be an important decision and have a meaningful impact on playstyle, and player-controlled turrets should now be more powerful. Weapon size 1 to size 4, most dangerous energy weapons against fighters, normal regen load cost, and weapon size 5 and up have a high fire rate, normal regen ammo load cost. And just it just going more into like detail on like what's the regen / ammo cost for the various size weapons. So energy cannons, a low regen and ammo cost, not effective in dogfighting against fighters, obviously because they have a low fire rate. Some energy cannons are either semi-auto or they're auto cannons, but they're not rapid fire. They're just slow, like pow, pow, pow. So.
Yeah, I was trying to test out multiple different types of weapons, and I haven't figured out what the difference is with the ammo counts, but some of them you'll have a really high ammo count. Say with the attrition, it's pretty high, but the size 4 version, the ammo count, at least for like the smaller ships, is way like I want to say like half, maybe a quarter of the ammo count. So maybe it's balanced off of like the energy pool of the capacitor. I'm not really sure. I'll have to do more testing on that.
Yeah, and I'm
But
looking here at the.
I do like the direction they're headed with weapons.
Yeah, I do think that the changes are going to be good, and I like like you're saying, I like the idea behind that capacitor gameplay. Just they're going to have
it just
to
needs to be balanced better. Agreed.
Balance it out, yeah.
Because the potential there is kind of like, yeah, you have this essentially risk reward type gameplay where it's okay, you can empty a clip, so to speak, term, but empty the mag to into the enemy type thing, but then you have to wait a few seconds before you can do it again, and in that time the enemy, if you haven't destroyed them, can fire back at you, which means you have to go into evasive maneuvers and And I'm looking here at the
Now
ballistic
combat feels
weapons have that
really nerfed.
the ballistic weapons have that shield penetration but limited ammo count. Scatterguns, both energy and ballistic, are short-ranged weapons. Go figure. Very high damage output though. Let's see, weapon loadouts. We got defensive ship turrets will always be equipped with energy repeaters. Offensive ship turrets will be equipped with either energy repeaters or energy cannons. No turrets have scatterguns. No turrets have ballistic equipped. No turrets have ballistics equipped unless for a specific role. Scatterguns will not be equipped by default. So I imagine even like the Dragonfly that used to have ballistic scatterguns by default will no longer have those. On all.
Well, unless they go and they just decide, hey, that's part of its gimmick, so to speak.
I guess, or like yeah, again, as I said, a specific role. On all default loadouts, energy weapons would make up a little under 50% of all equipped weapons. Reading that right? And
I think
yeah,
it's greater. It's supposed to be 50%.
I imagine it'd say greater, but the notes that I'm reading from, I didn't write these, but the notes I'm reading from say less. That could have been a typo on their end. Oh, here's that shield thing. See all the different shields. The size 1. So you're mentioning the health pools. So size 0 to size 4, no change in size.
Well, no, that's size 0 and size 4.
Sorry, yes, size 0
Not
and size 4, no changes. Size 1, high regen and health pool ratio, low health pool overall, bubble shield only. Size 2, same thing except for normal regen and HP ratio, around 4 times more HP than size 1, and then bubble shield. Size 3 is around 10 times more HP than size 2, quad faces or above. So the same type of shield tech and facing that we have in 13.
Right. Which are interesting changes, really. It makes a lot of sense for the smaller ships to have not a whole lot of HP, but really fast recharge, because the idea is that you're quick, so you just bounce in and out, take some hits, then roll them off.
Exactly, and also makes it more. What I like about this too is that it doesn't make the whole point is so you can. Or so you can't just go, oh, I'm going to go in my arrow and take on a hammerhead and then you win because you have this ungodly loadout and all that. You know, this way you actually have, balancing.
Yeah.
What?
I was doing some combat with Ryan the other day. I think it was a couple days ago. We were just testing out the 314. And with the changes to the way that weapons fire, well, with your ammo count, I'm just going to call it ammo count for simplicity's sake. I don't see any way that an arrow would ever be able to take out a hammerhead right now.
Which was the case in the last 2 patches.
Yeah, you could pretty much take out a hammerhead with any small scout-sized ship.
Sure, you could use an Avenger.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done it with Hornet.
Now, a lot of that I want to say has to do with the server tick rate. The weapons couldn't track you well enough, because if you try to take on a hammerhead in Arena Commander, it's way different. I tried it in a Hornet, and yeah, it's painful because the turrets aim where you're going instead of like behind where you were.
Yeah, where you were.
Yeah, so it's a lot harder to dodge, but in that sense, I like where they're going, because it doesn't make any sense that a little scout craft could take out a hammerhead.
No, absolutely not. At least unless you get like, some really weird situation where it's like, there's only a pilot. Yeah. Even then, the guy's got fucking missiles, so.
And not to mention the fact that his unless he's just sitting still, so that you can hammer one side of the ship and break those shields, and come on, especially since those shields are stronger, and then he has the health of his armor to deal with after that.
I want to say,
Yeah.
if the ship is just stationary, I don't see any reason why a small ship that had sustained fire couldn't take down a shield. That makes sense to me. If shield's taking hits, I don't think it should recharge at full capacity, but that's just my opinion. However,
Well,
if
we're
you're
not talking about
making
just the shields. We're talking
a
about the
hammerhead with
armor.
all the turrets working, there's no way there
No.
should be
No.
absolutely no way that you can avoid the fire and take down the shield.
Which is good because the whole point of the Hammerhead specifically is that it is essentially a mobile anti-aircraft platform. It's a blockade ship.
Right. And if you want to take on that threat, you're going to have multiple ships attacking it, which
Right. So this way you can
encourages gameplay.
overload the gunners
Right.
with more ships than they can handle.
Yeah.
Break through that way.
And I'm looking forward to those kinds of engagements too.
Yeah, especially since again it forces you to be creative, and I like that. It's
Right,
not just
it makes
I'm just
you-
gonna go attack them, in my little one small single seat fighter. Like, no, I actually have to get some guys. We have to plan this out.
Right. And you might even have to take some ships that are dedicated just to stripping the shields.
Right.
Yeah. Like
Or maybe like
you could literally
equip a
just
ship
have, for
specifically with
example,
distortions or something.
You could have like an Avenger Warlock that just zooms the fuck in, hits
EMP,
off that EMP just to weaken
run
that
the
shield,
hell
and
out
it
of
just
there.
keeps on fucking going. So like, I'm out of here, man.
Because once it does that EMP, it is vulnerable, so they have to get the hell out of Dodge so they can recharge the EMP to hit him again if need be. Play havoc with their electrical system.
Yeah, and I wonder how many guys would mistime the shot, so they go and shoot it too early, too late, and just like, fuck!
That would really be an interesting test to get somebody with an 890 and have some people with just distortion weapons to take down a shield face and see if you could time it with an EMP ship coming through and popping it right when the shield goes down, or really close to when it goes down, and see what it actually does to the ship.
We have to test it. We also have to
But
test
also,
some other
I
things.
have heard right now EMPs are unbalanced right now because the shield levels have been changed all over the place, but EMP levels have not.
Ah, interesting.
Ooh. So like EMPs are overpowered and like essentially just take down everything instantly.
Right.
Even smaller EMPs like the Cyclone AA variant.
I believe so.
I have to
tested
say,
it myself, but
I'm kind of okay with an EMP just being able to wreck a small fighter.
Small fighters, yes, but
but
something size 3 and up.
Yeah.
Size 3 and
Hammerhead
up, I
doesn't
think
matter.
it should take
Yeah,
at least
but,
at least 2, and then size 4 maybe like 2 or 3 EMPs to fully take them down if you're not having other people shoot at it.
Yeah.
And just in time, we're talking about EMPs and shields.
Oh, I've been sitting there like this thing going because it wasn't showing availability to connect.
Well, we hear you now, so that's great.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys are talking about shields and what?
We were just talking about EMPs, but we're talking about the new shield system that they have, how that's been changed. With the capacitor energy management version 2, and how smaller fighters now have that bubble shield, and how combat's been drastically changed. The balancing needs to be balanced, but we think that the new system is definitely an improvement. Could go in a very good direction.
I thought Board Gamer actually just did a video, I think today, or if not last night, that kind of did a good job of explaining a little bit more in detail what those changes are and how they're meant to work, not how they work, but like from the dev's perspective, I guess. Which basically what it seemed to come down to is they don't want weapons to be a numbers game in the sense of like, oh well, I go and buy X gun and it deals this much damage to everything.
Right.
Instead,
they don't want to make like a meta.
Yeah. They want you to choose the right weapon for the right job. I.e., I'm gonna go hit big ships, so I need to buy this gun. I'm gonna go, fight fighters, so I need this type of gun, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell happened to our Discord icon? Is someone sharing their screen?
No.
Yeah, call sign you are.
I'm sharing my screen.
It's loading, but yeah, you're screen sharing right now.
I
Is it?
don't.
Like, I'm not seeing anything because it's loading. There you go. Okay, you're not
Okay.
sharing anymore.
Yeah, for some reason, video just decided that it wanted to load.
Surprise.
I just had the little box loading, so nothing was actually showing, but I can like it was. Oh, you're
Well,
showing
yeah,
your screen. and you're doing
that's
it.
what's funny is there's no camera attached to this monitor, so I don't know
Oh,
what.
I don't have a camera either, but Discord has a screen like sharing your monitor screen feature.
Oh, it wants to show your actual like what you're seeing on your
Right?
monitor.
Yeah, not your
Oh.
camera. And it can do cameras too, but mostly a screen sharing, not a camera.
Oh God, I better hide that background. No.
Chewing step.
Let me rename that folder.
No, that's plural.
Folders.
Folders. Okay.
But yeah, we
anyways.
were saying the same thing where it's kind of like, okay, because we were talking about how we were able to take on like hammerheads with an arrow or hornet in previous patches, whereas now you can't do that because of this new system, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Like you shouldn't be like a single fighter should not be able to take out what is essentially a blockade ship that's built specifically to take on fighters for this purpose.
Yeah. Although I did find something interesting that was stated, and I don't know if this is like implemented right now or it's planned, but it sounded like they're saying they want ballistics to only be for large size ships, i.e. like bigger than a Warden, and they want energy weapons for everything small, like Warden and smaller.
You mean as default loadouts, or like
Yes.
this is what you should be? Okay.
Yeah. So no, default
Wait.
loadout wise, they're saying pretty much no ballistic weapons will be equipped to default, like by default, unless for a specific role.
Right. And to me, I find that a little confusing because to me,
Whatever
I would
that
think
means.
you'd want it the other way around, which is because correct me if I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that ballistics are supposed to have higher penetration, i.e., higher damage count, but you've got a limited quantity. Whereas energy weapon, I know with capacitors you do have a limit, but in general you can recharge, but
It's a
they don't
soft
deal
limit.
as much damage. Right, it's a soft limit. So to me, a big ship is what would want energy weapons because you could reach out further, hit those things that are coming in because you're not going to be dealing with like singles. You're going to have waves coming at you in a big ship. And if you're a small ship, you want to deal as much damage right off the bat as you can. So to me, it would make sense if you switch those, but that
Well,
doesn't seem to be what they're
For
saying.
that balance, I think they're thinking about big ship versus big ship, not big ship versus small ship.
I think it's also a case of like think about what do they give you as a default weapon, like your default sidearm. It's an energy pistol. I think it's that type of thing. This way, you do have you have that you have the limited ammo, but it can recharge. This way, you still have ammo versus ballistics by default at least, and then you can always swap it out later.
So default is usability over lethality, and then you tailor your lethality. Okay.
Especially since, think of it this way, everyone's starting with extremely powerful guns versus starting with guns that are good and have that, again, the rechargeability, but you can get better guns and upgrade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Depending on your playstyle or your ship or whatever.
I think a lot of that decision stems from the fact that most of the ballistic weapons have a significantly reduced ammo count starting out. Like the basic Gatling gun that comes on the Gladius only has like, I want to say 900 rounds.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Dang, really?
Yeah. So you're gonna burn through that in like 2 engagements.
And for anyone watching who's like, okay, so it has 900 rounds. Previously, depending on what size ship and what size gun, respectively, previously, Gatling guns, ballistic Gatling guns, had anywhere between like 2,000 to 8,000 rounds.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember the C788, which is a size 4 ballistic cannon,
Autocannon,
had
yeah.
like 2,800 rounds, and in the PTU right now it has 100.
Dang, wow. Oh, that reminds me, I need to go into the live build and grip my guns.
Oh, and to kind of put it in perspective, for real world, if you think about the A10, that normally carries 1,350 rounds, so 1,350 rounds, to give you kind of an idea of what current today ships, airplanes carry versus what you're going to be carrying out there in space.
And that's
it
for
fires, what,
one engagement.
Right. It fires what, like 1,000 rounds a minute or less or more. It's more than that, isn't it?
Oh no, it can fire either 2,100 rounds or 4,200 rounds a minute, depending on what the pilot selects.
Right. So you're going to get like 2, maybe 3 passes on target, and then you're out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. But at least in Star Citizen, you're not gonna have just one gun, so
Yeah.
that's the trade. I
And
guess that's their
that's
trade-off
another
there, where it's like,
reason-
yeah, you have lower ammo, but you also have more guns. So.
And that's another reason too. I see energy weapons kind of being the default, so to speak, for a lot of stuff. And that way, it's you don't just, hey, sorry, you done fucked up your logistics, you're out of here. It's okay by default. Now again, if you start throwing on all kinds of different weapons and shit, hey, that's on you. You've made your choices. But by default, it's not just like, hey, you shot your shot. You didn't bring enough firepower, or whatever. You're just fucked. You can still at least keep firing with energy weapons, even if you gotta wait between shots.
Yep.
And I think it needs to be said that I'm pretty sure that they're lowballing everything in the PTU, and they're going to balance up versus making
Well,
things really
that's
powerful.
part of the
and
reason
trying to
why the
balance
PTU
them.
exists. Is kind of like, okay, this didn't work in the PTU, so we need to fix it before it goes live.
Which should be noted would be a major change in the way they do things.
I hope that that is the case, though. I mean, that it
I'm
kind
not
of added
saying it's
extra
bad.
layer. You're getting direct player feedback that you can change things literally like on the fly before it goes live.
Normally, when they add something, it's really powerful.
Yeah.
And then they have to nerf it. I think this time they're going the opposite way, and they're making everything. They kind of blunted the edges of everything, and then they're kind of. To me, that's what it feels like. It feels like everything's been super nerfed, and then they're going to balance up and make them more powerful or balance the ammo counts as they go along and get player feedback versus making everything a little over the top and then trying to shave it off.
Yeah. No, I like that approach because it also means that instead of people just automatically running to, whatever the meta gun is that everybody's using, it lets people kind of learn for themselves in the sense that, like, oh, I've got this gun, but oh, hey, look, there's a gun over here that's working a little better. Well,
it's like, okay, you're playing, you like this gun, but then you see some other guy using some other gun, like say you're using the default 227 laser repeaters, and you see some guy running around with the size 2 attritions, and you go, those are some cool guns. I'm going to try those out, and then they try it out and see if it works for them.
Yeah,
exactly.
It reinforces exploration.
The one thing that I don't want to see at the end of the day when they think they've got it figured out is them trying to make every fight an epic fight. That's the biggest problem that I had when I played Oblivion, where they had mobs that level up with you as you go, and you run across this highwayman on the side of the road that's supposed to be a beggar or whatever, and he comes out in like the best armor and weapons. I hate that idea.
I remember those.
Yeah, if you try to attack something that's out of your class, then you should get destroyed.
Yeah.
And vice versa. If somebody
or at the very least damaged enough to know when to run away.
Exactly. Yeah, you shouldn't have an arrow fighting a hammerhead, and then the arrow could take a bunch of hits before it blows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knowing your limits, I guess.
And
that's going to be a tough. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's too early to say how that's going to play out yet, because there's still the other systems they have to get in the game with components and hull piercing and all that. But that I don't want to see that at the end of the day, where everything is supposed to be an epic fight that takes 5 minutes per joust. That's really irritating.
I'm hoping for, like, say you're running into an NPC pirate who, just default equipment on their ship while you have upgraded your ship, and yeah, you can, like, say you can just breeze, take them out, no sweat, like in seconds.
Agree.
Versus like
Go
maybe like, and say that's like a CS1, right? Like your low level risk target versus say you're going up against a little medium risk target. It's like, okay, now you're on almost an equal playing ground, where your target now has a similar setup on his ship to that of yours, and now it's going to be a bit of a more equal fight. Take a little while, and then you try taking something a little higher than what you are, and yeah, that's going to definitely be like, okay, you might get killed in this fight easily.
So,
As easily as the pirate you took out previously.
The reason I bring that up is because I was doing a little bit of PvE bounty missions just to kind of get a feel for some of the weapons, and I was trying to kill an M50, and I had 2 size 4 attritions, and I could hit it like 5 or 6 times with both weapons and not blow it up, and it would do a pass and then come back around and hit it some more and it'd make a pass and come back around.
Those things are so freaking maneuverable.
They are, but I was hitting it with my shots and it wasn't blowing up, and that concerned me just a little bit. So I hope that gets changed.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're saying. I don't want to see every battle be an epic battle. That's absolutely true. But at the same time, how do you balance the gameplay versus like realistic mentality towards warfare, which is you should never go into a balanced battle. You should always try and go to a battle that you're going to win. And I think that's the really hard thing is that game players want to go, well, we want to make it fun, but if you're talking real battle, you wouldn't go into a balanced situation. You would go into. So how do you teach the players, I guess, is the question I'm asking.
Well, I guess that's where you go into what I just mentioned, where it's like, okay, if you have upgraded your ship, you have, leveled up, so to speak, and you go against
that implies that you know that. But how do you teach new people who don't know that, who are just there to have a good time, that, hey, maybe you need to do assessments before you go bounding into that room with just your pistol? Like, how do you teach new people to think about the process? Go.
If I understand you right, your question is, how do you make it fun for the player that's in the N50 when there's a combat situation and he wants to engage in combat, but he's going up against somebody who has better weapons? Should he just die like you do right now in 313? Because if you're in an N50 and you get hit, you're going to get decimated in like half a second.
I'm actually like a level below that, which is, how do you get the player to even think about that? Is all I'm getting at. Like, in other words, because you got a lot of players who just don't think about that stuff. They don't think tactics. Yeah. So how do you teach
players? They jump in their M50, they just blow out there, and then they go, hey, how come I fucking died instantly when that hammerhead attacked me?
Yeah, this game isn't fun because I keep dying. And it's like, well, you're not thinking about the process. That's what I'm getting at.
I actually had a new player that I helped out the other day. They had bought a Mustang, and they were going, hey, and they were saying initially, they're like, hey, I've got some cargo crates on my ship that I didn't buy any cargo. What's going on? Dig down, talk with them further, and found out, they were using the Mustang, which in its little cargo section in the back, they were trying to do a box mission, but the Mustang's
box doesn't work
yet. Open yet. It's closed out. You can throw cargo in there from the trading terminals, of course, but not a box you are holding in your hand. And
which is why Mustang Alpha owners get a Aurora.
Like, hey, what the heck? This should work. And yes, it absolutely should. However, and long story short, I actually helped them to buy a new ship in game. I helped them get, I remember I pointed out to him that, hey, you should probably go and get an Aurora in game.
I think Mustang Alpha owners get an Aurora when at the moment, they get an Aurora in addition to the Mustang because of that issue.
Do they?
I think so.
I know that used to be the case, but I thought they actually stopped that recently.
Did they stop it? Last time I had a Mustang, though. Yeah, well, I did have a Mustang at one point because I bought a game package for my friend. I bought it on my account and then gave it to his account. But I had it on my account for a while. It came with an extra Mustang. And with an extra Aurora, sorry.
Yep. Yeah, I know that was the case, but I believe like a patch or two ago they actually stopped that. I could be wrong there.
Yeah, I have it. I gave it away to him last year.
Maybe it'd be something to have like a section in Arena Commander that like teaches,
Tutorial?
offers a tutorial on tactics in the sense of not so much like how to fly your ship.
It would definitely
like
fit Arena Commander and
how
Star
to
Marines
assess battle
system.
situations. You know, what checklist should you be mentally doing before you actually enter the encounter? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's, and I would expect that once we're actually closer to a full release candidate, or at least like beta, out of alpha state, that we'd probably
We'll
have that,
see
because I
more of those
remember
tutorial type stuff.
way back when, I'm talking like 2.5, 2.7 days.
The good old days.
So years ago here, there actually were in-game tutorials that were run by NPCs going like, hey, here's how you fly, here's the basic control layout, and laying out, hey, here's the situation, you're encountering this guy, go ahead and use your missiles, go ahead and use this. Like, it was actually teaching some of that kind of stuff, just especially on like the control systems. Controls have changed so many times over that it's like they would be spending more time making the tutorials than they would actually making the game at that point.
Yeah,
true. I remember that.
I guess what I'm talking about is less about like game mechanics, as in like controls and movement
versus
and
game
like
nuances. Yeah.
I'm talking like strategic thinking, i.e.
Yeah.
Hey,
so in other words, what you're saying, call signs, we need a UNATCO style tutorial for Star Citizen.
I'm not familiar with UNATCO.
From Deus Ex, the original Deus Ex game.
Oh, gotcha. I just, for me, and I'm dating myself here. I'm coming from like Harpoon background, which was a naval war simulator from like the 90s, but it was really good at providing tutorials that made you learn about like, hey, if all I have is a frigate, I probably shouldn't go up against a battleship battle group. Like, it kind of walked you through some of the steps of like, hey, did you check that you have air warfare capability before you send your ship out beyond your own aviation protection zone? Like it got you to think more and more like a strategic thinker, and I think that that's something that a lot of games don't do. And
is making you think.
Back to the original statement from Data Machine was, I think in order to stop the developers from creating scenarios where every scenario is epic, you need to teach the gamer base that yes, you should run away from certain situations. And in order to get the players thinking about that, how do the developers start to teach us that? And that's something that they might need to do.
Just from like I guess a workaround for like the moment, like current alpha build type thing, is they could have essentially your ship computer be a little bit more vocal in that type of scenario where it's like, blaring alarms, warning whenever like large ships are in the area or something like that. I don't know, but like I was trying to think like how do you do it now versus like what Cam was saying, like end goal closer to beta and stuff. Yeah, they'll definitely have systems in place. Ideally, some kind of tutorial mode that will take you into Arena Commander and Star Marine for FPS stuff. That would like walk you through all this type of nuances and gameplay in Arena Commander. So this way you get this which by the way is an in-lore like simulation thing, but like you get this simulated tutorial experience, and then you head to PU knowing what to do. But at least at the moment in alpha, like maybe they can do some play around with the ship, like your ship computer voice, like add some extra voice lines or something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean that would be a good point there. It's just how many resources do we want to go and push towards that, as opposed to making the game, because that's
Right.
essentially what it would be.
Well,
Maybe just
yeah,
have a
sure.
calculation that figures out, like, when you're scanning a ship, maybe it does an assessment of like what weapons are on that ship, and
Well,
it just does
that is the
kind of like
the way scanning will work.
well, let me finish the
Sorry.
whole idea. Is it does a scanning and kind of like it does a DPS calculation overall of everything that's on that ship, and it comes out with, let's just say, I'm picking a random number here. Let's say it says it's got 3,000 damage points that it can deal. And so on your radar, when you're scanning that ship, it just flashes like bright red, like maybe it says DPS, and that DPS is colored bright red, telling you this thing is way over, and it's calculating based off of what your DPS is. And it just said, if it's bright red, that's telling you, hey, you cannot meet the DPS of this ship. But if it's like, say, within a certain zone of you, a couple 100 points or something, then maybe it shows up as a green.
That would be a decent way, and I think that is something that would be relatively, in as much as it's ever doable, but relatively easy, air quotes. I know programming is not easy in any way, shape, or form, but relatively easy to implement something like that.
Less resource intensive.
Yeah. Because like all this, any time with programming, you're like, oh, this would be easy. No, it won't be.
What I wouldn't want to see is an actual listing of what that ship's weapons were, because I think that's unfair. Like,
well, not outside of the scanner, because it's like that's what the scanner is literally for.
Yeah, and
well, I mean, unless you actually go and scan specifically their weapons, but I'm saying like that little calculator that I'm talking about, where it just says DPS.
And maybe they can do something with the ship voice there, where it's like, okay, you scanned it, and then like your ship computer will say like, warning, assessment, danger, or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it like tie in these different systems to kind of tie in these different systems, your long distance probing systems, your scanning systems, and your ship computer systems, tie them together to create a effective like player warning system for certain gameplay elements. Could be something worth.
An interesting idea. Into. I'm not sure where I fall. Since it's supposed to be semi-realistic, I guess if they tied it towards like the emissions that you're getting off a ship, you could kind of calculate based off of that what kind of weapons or shields it has. But I don't think that the way most MMOs function in terms of like you going out in an area and you can tell which animals or creatures you can fight by it being green or yellow or red.
Right.
I don't think that's a good approach for this game in particular. I understand where you're coming from, and I agree that there needs to be some way for you to kind of get an idea if you're new about what you can and can't engage with. But I think there needs to be better tools or like in-game, in-lore versions of
well, that's why I was mentioning the ship computer, like in tying in these different scanning systems to do it. But you're right.
Of scanning and being able to know anything about the ship other than what what a realistic system could provide you, i.e., like, hey, this has got this much mass and it visually appears to have these weapons. But to me, like, being able to tell what a ship's cargo is, I'm not a fan of that. However, I understand that this is a game and there's something, there's a specific style that CIG is going for. And to me, that's where I go, okay, well, if we have to use their system, then maybe it would be helpful to teach people, about, not every encounter you should jump into. Some of them you should run away, and just how do you teach that, I guess is what I was just generally trying to get at.
It's an interesting game design.
I agree with you though.
Issue.
Yeah.
I think we're all in agreement with that machine's point, where it's like, we need some kind of in lore, like that, a system that makes sense in lore that doesn't seem like essentially like, oh, this like a press X to do this type of tutorial.
Yeah.
Something that makes sense, that's comprehensive, but also isn't exactly as you're saying, Kalstein, where it's not like game breaking, like, oh, it tells you exactly what guns and this and that, even though, because especially with future long distance probing and the way scanning is going to work, the environment will affect your scan. So if someone's in an asteroid field, your scan's not going to be as clear as if you're just in open space.
Yeah, and I'm not ruling out future advancements in maybe we figure out lidar a little bit better, and you can actually do deeper depth scans, kind of like what they're using at the airports where they can see through your clothing. So maybe it tells you, hey, this ship has 48 boxes on it, but I don't know what's actually in the boxes. Like, to me, that would be acceptable, because there's still that mystery of well, should I bother trying to attack this guy to see what's in the boxes? I know that he has cargo, but I don't know what the cargo is. Like, that kind of gameplay I'm okay with, but I don't like the idea of oh, this guy's carrying this, that's not worth my time, I'm not going to attack him. Oh, this other guy has exactly what I'm looking for, I'm going to attack him. That to me is not good gameplay.
I'm pretty sure that in 3.14 right now, with the scanner system they have in the game, it tells you everything that's.
I know.
I already know that
it
tells you
use this.
absolutely everything
Yeah,
about a ship if you scan it right.
and I'm not a fan of that. Unfortunately.
I think we've talked about this before, how we were saying that we would prefer to be like a manifest,
Yeah, we
or
did.
like if a ship goes overseas to pick something up, they're required by law when they're coming into a port to have a manifest stating what they're carrying.
Right.
And I agree with that completely. That should be like an open broadcast sort of deal. So if the cops are
But
coming by, they
Can just
scan your
scan your ship
manifest, see what
and
you're
receive that
supposed to be
manifest
carrying.
exactly.
Yeah, and then if they want to pull you over and check you, they can. But otherwise, they're just looking for irregularities or whatever. But I like that idea way better than just scanning somebody. Oh well, he's carrying 100 crates of quantanium. Let's take him.
And say they can evolve maybe an iteration of the crypto key. It's not a crypto key, but something similar, but you buy for your ships. This way you can doctrine essentially make fake make fake manifests
make your own
for people
manifest of just
to scan
generic items.
So this way, people scan your ship and they see the fake manifest you created. So this way, and maybe that something's fishy about it. I don't know, it can send red flags. I don't know.
I'm
down with that.
More engaging gameplay than what they've got right now.
Yeah, and the AI authorities ran
more hands-on for sure.
And
I'm always a fan of that.
Which also increases your chances of, hey, your manifest might be caught by the authorities.
I'm terrified about hacking right now. I have to say, I'm dreading what they're going to come out with. I think it's going to be really stupid.
I'm not dreading, but I also agree that I don't think their first iterations are going to be good.
Going to be more freaking Bioshock pipes.
Oh God,
I think
you love
be
the
something
pipe.
like that. Yeah, and their rationale behind it is that in lore, the tools have been developed by AI or whatever, so you don't actually have to do any scripting. It's all visual based, but I don't like that. It just takes a lot out of what we think of as hack.
True, but at the same time, you don't want to tell people, "Hey, go fucking learn C++ if you want to engage in this gameplay mechanic."
C++ is outdated now. Imagine how outdated it'd be in the 30th century.
I mean, that would be pretty hilarious, but
that in depth. But the idea that you just flip a few switches on screen and try to get this thing to go from point A to point B, just
I mean, first off, if anything, people go learn Python. But second off,
no, I vote Lotus. Remember the old original Apple software that you learned as a kid to make fractal window saver program? That just made a fractal pattern that changed colors and moved around your screen.
They can always do something more along the lines of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas style hacking.
From what I've heard about some of their descriptions, what I envision is something like Pac-Man, where you have little things going around that you're trying to avoid while trying to get from point A to point B. Is kind of what I'm hoping it isn't, but I think it's going to be a lot like that.
Possible.
And if they do that, I think it's going to be a real big waste of opportunity.
Well, when they do
Or-
it, they'll probably get a lot of
or-
negative feedback and rework it at some.
Or
Hmm.
I'm okay
Hopefully.
with that being like the very lowest level of hacking, but then like build some levels that are deeper than that for people who really want to dive in and make it like something that their characters
Or
basically.
maybe depending on the hacking device you're using and the level of the hack, so to speak, like what type of device you're like what type of device you're using to hack and what device you're hacking. So like what the difficulty of that device is, however that level system's going to work. Maybe like okay, the easiest is exactly that Pac-Man thing you described, or like that the pipes, the Bioshock pipe type thing. But then you have the harder stuff that's more hands-on, that's more complex.
I think one of the biggest problems is figuring out what is hacking. Like, what are you hacking? Is it like, because I mean, think about it. Like hacking are you just hacking into a computer and grabbing a file, or is hacking that you're changing the autonomous weapons system on a ship to do other things? Like,
Well,
and then how do you model that as gameplay?
so I think in a nutshell, hacking in this game is just going to be intruding into a network.
Okay.
So there's a system, and the hacking is just going to be you accessing the system, and then once you're in, you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Or maybe level 1 access gives you the ability to do stuff with this system, these systems, and then there's more levels that you could hack through to get access to more security, whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
in their talk about hacking, what they were thinking about is just the difficulty increase is just going to be like automated AI admins that are constantly searching, trying to block people who are trying to intrude. So I don't know. My hopes aren't real
Yeah.
high for the system that they have planned.
I hope you're wrong, but I feel you'll be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have not enough background to even be able to give ideas of what I think would or would not work, but I am interested in it.
Like real day, I don't think 90% of the population would enjoy what real hacking is.
Sitting
I don't think
around
they
a
would
lot.
enjoy it. Yeah, sitting around typing in commands on a keyboard trying to like fool around or take advantage of some exploits for some hardware that you had to research for 20
No,
minutes.
that's why you got to make it a
Nobody
fun
might-
mini game.
Right.
But the thing is, what is that mini game? Like, what do
we
you do
don't
with that
want the
mini game?
Walmart generic version. But I don't think most people want the Walmart generic version. I understand they want it to be accessible to most people, but if they want that, then they need an accessible version that anybody can do. They don't have to be smart, or they don't even have to really want to
So,
put any effort into it. But they need that extra complexity for people who really want the experience of what it'd be like to hack a system and whenever
so in
we're talking
Half-Life
about.
Alyx, the VR game, I've heard a lot of people say that the hacking mini game that is actually really, and it makes full use of it being in VR, um, which is why. So obviously you can't have that in, well, maybe later down. But Star Citizen is a VR exclusive title, so you really can't have that type of system. But a lot of the mini game, like the hacking mini games I've seen in gameplay of Half-Life Alyx, is like for instance, one of them was it's essentially a holographic ball that you have to move something. You have to align various light nodes to touch each other or match each other or whatever, and
So
that will
pipes?
complete the hack. What?
So it's
Pipes or
pipes?
lights.
Pipe lights.
Okay, so my dream scenario would be for them to implement something like the game Uplink. I don't know if any of you played it, but it was an amazing game that came out, I want to say in like the 2000s. It's
You're
a
showing
really
your
old,
age.
but yeah, but it is an amazing hacking experience. It's not real hacking because that's not fun, but I really encourage you to go see what Uplink is. It's not retardedly complex, but it's deep enough that it makes you think, and it's got active elements. and it
Well,
feels more
thinking?
real than
We
just.
don't do that.
It feels more real than just clicking your mouse and making this thing flip so it connects to the next line.
Okay, I'm seeing what you're talking about. Yeah.
Also, too, they could theoretically do several different hacking mini games to where it's like, hey, you're hacking into some maintenance hallway door. Okay, here's a series of pipes you flip around. You know, easy peasy shit, right? Every
Yeah.
fucking video game that ever does it. But then it's like, hey, you're hacking this ultra security, whatever the fuck. Let's say you've managed to get into a active operational security outpost, like security outpost Korea, but think that but again, even more secure. You want to hack into this really secure database. Hey, this isn't some fucking pipes. This is some much more interactive thing that's like, hey, there's some real risk involved here. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they could do multiple different mini games based on the difficulty. So it's like, oh, if this is easy shit, okay, here's the easy mini game. This is some serious shit. Hey, you get something completely different because it's like, hey, it's not the same security system. You know, it's like because it's like, hey, these locks aren't all made by the same guy, and he just made here's a it's not like a Fallout lock where it's like, okay, they're all exactly the same, just one's a little bit harder than the other. They could, there could be any number of security contractors out there who make these systems, so there'd be different ways to hack into them.
Yeah, I'd also like to see it where, like, to use your example, you're hitting a station like Korea, and maybe it's like level 1, security is just getting into the general admin of the station itself. But
Yeah.
if you want to go in and say turn off the point defense systems, then each one of those is a level 3 subsystem that requires a much harder hack level. Your gameplay is that you went in level 1, but you're trying to get to level 3, so you're going to have to go. You're going to have say 2 of those different chip levels to be able to do it. But you can't just go in level 3 right off the bat. You need that 1 to get in, and then you insert level 3, and there's a different game that you play for level 3 type scenario.
And then you could also have it taking your example of, hey, I want to get those point defense turrets out here because my buddies are coming in or something.
Yeah.
You could have it to where it's like, okay, hey, I really suck at this hacking shit. I can I can do the general gist of it, but getting into the serious shit,
you can
I suck at
you
it.
can act as a
So
remote
maybe,
uplink for your buddy to hack it from the ship.
I don't know. Well, I wasn't going to go with that. What I was going to say was it's like instead of that, having it to where, because I would love it to have it where you have multiple ways of completing an objective. So if my objective is I want to get those pesky point defense turrets out of here so my buddies can come in without getting holes shot in them, maybe there's like some kind of maintenance area or something like that. I get into that, which is far less risky, far less hard to hack into, and
do a
from
physical
there,
shutdown.
I can go and do like a physical. I can actually physically access there's some node or something where all the power goes through, and I go in there and I plant an explosive charge, some shit like that, where it's like, okay, you don't have to be a hacking man.
Yeah, I think all problems should have, two different ways to solve it at least.
Agreed. That's kind of what especially if you're going for that art. Star Citizen does have RPG elements, and I think that would be great if you have two ways of at least 2 ways of completing any single objective.
Yeah, maybe one is harder. That's perfectly okay, but that at least gives you options.
Options are your best friend.
Did we lose Cam? He rubber banded out.
I heard that. Yeah, I think his headset might be dying on him.
Gotcha. But yeah, hacking, that's a huge conundrum.
Yeah, we went really off topic regarding 314 though.
I apologize.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's worth bringing up. But getting back on track, so 314 is in the PTU and it introduced currently being tested. Yeah, Cam. Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, my Discord likes to just cut me up sometimes.
All right. We're back on track for 314. So
All right.
testing focus.
I
We got
hacked into
Crusader.
that, yeah.
We got Orison. The
Uh-huh.
Constellation Taurus is now in game. Law System version 2, where you can surrender. Power Management V2 with capacitor gameplay, missile operator mode, radar scanning, and 0. All the stuff we've mentioned before in last issue specifically, but briefly gone over already here.
I saw that thing on the scanning where they showed the new how instead of the big box square, it
Right.
shows you hundreds of tiny little squares.
Yeah.
In like a cloud. And I looked at that and I was just like, oh, fuck me. That's no. That's like looking at a space station's point defense systems when you're trying to find your hangar.
Seeing the
your landing
three
pad.
dozen turrets, yeah.
Yeah. It just that's not what I want for my scanning picture.
So in 314 right now, it is not as in your face as those turret icons. Like the turret icons
It
are
is
like
more
really
unobtrusive.
bright. Yeah, it's way better than having the big glowy blue boxes. Way better than that.
But
And
we
so
got
in some cases, the big blue glow boxes were way easier to track. Now, sometimes it's hard to tell whether there's something there or not.
One thing I will note too that I noticed is when something does come up on, is detected by your ship. So like as you're coming in and it's like, hey, there's a turret over here. It throws a marker at a small marker, and I will say it's easy to ignore them if you're just like I'm not worried about that. But it puts the marker in the middle of your screen, and then it drags it from there in the direction of wherever it is. So especially for tracking if like ships come in, it's going to make that a lot easier to be like, instead of just boop, here's an arrow, and you're just yawing around going, where is it, where is it, where is it? It's going, hey, I'm over here, and you can go, oh, I'm out of here.
I for if they want to do a general area type indicator, I think they should go with like a cloud, maybe like a blue. Well, the color doesn't matter, but for example, most ships nowadays have that hollow sphere that sits right in front of them on their HUD, and maybe if you were to do something like that, not as bright, but just out there in the system, in space, you're just seeing a general cloud shape around whatever that area is that your computer is trying to tell you, there's something there, instead of just individual boxes is all I'm getting at. Because like, what do you do when there's actually you find a ship that's in there? Like, how easy is it going to be able to identify that ship quickly versus all those hundreds of boxes that you're seeing?
Well, the ship, that question is based on the emissions of said ship. So if this ship is sitting next to a bunch of asteroids that are emitting radiation or have high EM or whatever, then you're not going to see it until you're right on top of it.
I understand. I'm saying once you actually have identified that there is a ship there,
so when you
like
get
its icon
for your computer or whatever to identify that it is a ship, then you get the little delta icon underneath it like you do now, either white, blue, or
right. And I guess all I'm saying is it seems to me like that's going to be a lot of clutter versus if you had like a cloud shape, then at least then you could, if you had a ship icon in that cloud, it's going to be much quicker to identify it, that where it's at, instead of trying to visually go, not that box, not that box. Oh, there it is. It's hidden behind that other box.
I will reiterate that the boxes are very unobtrusive. They're what's the word? See-through. Yeah. They're pretty transparent, so it's not like these hard objects on the screen. So you wouldn't have any trouble identifying the actual icon for the ship through the little triangle thingies.
Okay.
Now that being said, I do think that at some point for just general like ship scanners, so like our passive scanner, and our active scanner, of course, we should have options to be able to um toggle things on and off. So if it's things like, hey, I don't, I'm a trader. I don't really care about any kind of turrets because the only turrets I'm really going to be by are going to be like station defenses and shit. I don't need to see that,
Yeah.
unless it's like ship mount, and that'd be like a different category. So it's like, hey, I don't need that. You uncheck the checkbox or whatever, and boom, there you go. That's it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
I
you don't
agree.
see them now.
Absolutely.
in one of their talks, they did say that they would like to have that option for scanners so you can decide what kind of information that you want to display on screen.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're doing combat searches. You don't want to know about rocks and ores.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you can filter things out.
Yeah. I was just basing my statement off of just the visual that I saw. The first, I know this is, we're still in alpha and this is iteration 1 or iteration 2.0 for the scanning, but I just, I just saw all those boxes and I was just like, oh no, please no.
Yes.
I'm not
So,
sure if I would like a cloud better, but the boxes aren't terrible.
so one version 1.1 or 0.1. So what about the missile operator mode? What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Um, it's
I honestly haven't fucked with it.
yeah,
Nope.
I've used it.
I have not.
So it feels like a nerf for single pilot combat because you can't be firing your guns and using your missiles at the same time. But I think for multiple cruise ships, it's going to be better. I also, I'm yeah, I'm pretty sure that they increase the range of most missiles too.
Hmm.
Like before, the missiles on a lot of ships that I were using, had a maximum of like three, yeah, no, some of them are 3,000 meters. Right. So I'm gonna have to test it more, but I'm pretty sure that the last time I played, the missiles, I think they were size 2, had like I want to say like a 10K range, lock on range.
Dang.
See, I'm all for that though.
Yeah,
Like
no, that's
you think
good.
about it, like today we got missiles that air to air missiles that can go over 40 miles away.
Yeah.
The F-14 Tomcat was actually built around the Phoenix system, missile system, which was designed to hit Soviet bombers at 100 miles so
Yeah.
that they couldn't release their anti-shipping missiles against carriers. Like it was designed specifically for that missile system. So
Yeah.
I think if you have missiles on your ship, and maybe it's an option, like your shorter range missiles maybe are more accurate, but you should be able to have long range missiles that essentially can be fired as far away as you can actually get a proper radar return.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense to be firing missiles in gun range anyway, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's where maybe you have those short range missiles that specifically that are have a higher turn radius,
Well, I mean,
higher
like
turning
maybe like
speed.
a rattler or something, but
Yeah, but maybe they don't do as much damage, but they are effective in that close in combat, quick
Maybe,
turn
yeah, and plus,
environment.
eventually we will be getting different types of missile variants in electrical warfare missiles too, with that Vanguard Sentinel. So maybe
Yep.
those, like, maybe we'll get new, like, with that in mind. I'm thinking maybe we can get other types of missiles, not just it hits you and explodes, or it explodes before hitting you. AOE effect type stuff. Maybe there's other effect type missiles that do different things can function in different
Well,
environments and playstyles.
The Herald was supposed to actually have data spike missiles, where if you
There you
hit
go.
another ship, supposedly you're going to be
You
able
can
to
use that in close quarters.
get into their hacking system.
Yeah.
Right.
I will say when they talked about the long distance probes, I really liked what I was hearing, because I had been thinking for a while of, hey, it would be really cool if we had some kind of a scanning missile. And I was kind of going, hey, it would have been nice if the Carrack had something like that, because like you don't necessarily need a missile hardpoint to be offensive. It could be something like utility.
Yep.
And I think that really kind of fits in that same kind of role that I've been thinking of for that. So I do that now.
Exactly.
That being said,
Exactly.
the
What I was
only
saying.
thing I'm wondering about now with those long distance probes, because I haven't heard them say it, is do all ships have them? Do only some? I would imagine from the way they were talking that all ships have them, but I never heard them actually say it. So
Yeah, that was what the impression I got, was they implied everyone would be able to do it, but they didn't specify exactly.
Yeah, they haven't said what they are really either. They just said a probe, but like they didn't describe
Yeah.
what kind of equipment.
yeah, and it's kind of
don't
like
really-
there's a lot of unknowns there. I'm wondering, is it something like our chaff system, where it's like you don't really upgrade it, you don't really interact with it, just kind of there?
I really hope
and
that's
then
not
we
the
can
case.
adjust the probe?
Because I've said before where I want to be able to like upgrade your sensor to
Yeah.
to a better
Yeah,
I'd
maybe
like
like
to see it
okay,
have ammo.
so this
yeah, no, absolutely.
like, and I
Because,
love
like,
your
you can't
I love
keep
that
putting
idea.
probes out.
Cam, I love that idea of like a sensor, like a scanning missile, sensor missile, something like that. Like exactly, have utility based missiles. Like yeah, it's essentially be like a utility consumable for your ship.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean like
Well, because
Star
they-
Trek? Number
Well,
one,
they
I want
have
you to
this
send a
thing
probe
where-
out to
Yeah,
that
exactly. I want
Yeah,
you to send
no,
a class 2 probe in that area, something like that. But with the with the scanning, like I want to be able to upgrade the scanner to okay, it can just plow right through that electromagnetic field, no problem. But
Yeah.
it takes a little longer, but you can get a better, clearer reading through a very heavy EM field.
Yeah, I want to see the either the probes themselves, the launcher, both, some combination thereof, to be like an actual ship component that you would be able to upgrade, buy different versions of, customize a bit, yada yada.
Yeah, have probes that are meant for combat and probes that are meant for like
Yeah.
exploration.
Well, it's like
and
if I'm
ones that
in
are
a
meant for mining.
Gladius, what I'm searching for, I'm going to mostly be searching for enemy combatants or things like traps, so mines, or
So you're probably going to want to upgrade
an
upgraded
versus
sensor.
if I'm in
Yeah.
a prospector, I'm going, hey, I want to be looking for the good concentrations of ore here. So you would expect that your probes would at least be configured differently.
Right, like for the Gladius, you'd want a
or
sensor
you-
that can
you-
scan for IR signatures a little better.
Or you buy them as ammo. Like these are mining probes.
Yeah.
I've got 10
exactly.
mining probes on my probed utility mount that launches them.
I know that honestly, I would really like seeing them as ammo. I think that'd be pretty. Now that being said, I think we should be able to hold a lot of them, because it sounds like they can either
Define
be
a lot.
set. Well, I would be saying at least like 24,
Okay.
if not more. I know just because what they were talking about, at least for the initial idea of it, is that this could be something that you're sending around the corner, or it could be something where they were talking about literally scanning an entire system. So you could be sending these things all over the place. A lot of them could have no response whatsoever. You don't get any valuable data. So if you're just shooting these things all over the place, you want to have a lot. And then it's like, hey, I got a reading over here. Let me fine tune another probe, send it over to do a more detailed scan of this one area. So these are going to be things you're just shooting off. So it's like if you had like a dozen, it's like, okay, great, I shot off all my ones, and now I got to go back and buy more.
So
Right.
maybe have subcategories of them.
Yeah.
Ones are short ranges and they're smaller because they don't have to travel as far and they don't need as much, fuel or whatever energy source
or
they use.
energy to go and send off the signal or
Right.
whatever. Yeah.
And you
absolutely.
can carry, 20 of those, but then the long range probes are twice the size, so you can only carry 10 of those.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and also you can have
those numbers as general.
You can have the
Yeah.
inventory of your probes vary from ship to ship.
Yeah,
as well as the fact that, remember, like the way they talked about probes back, and it was like, you know, like you can send out a probe and create a quantum. Oh no, beacons. Sorry, that was beacons.
Yeah.
But that's
it would make
same,
sense
the
that
same
like your Gladius
type
can
thing,
only
yeah.
carry, you know, 2 long range probes and you know 10 short range.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Whereas like the Carrot would be like, hey, it can hold
like 30
long range
exactly.
and 100 short range or something.
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Listening, CIG?
Come on, the day they listen to us, like us specifically.
Yeah, right.
So the thing I'm seeing, going back kind of on topic, I agree with what you guys are saying. I think it's a good system for the multi-crew ships, just because I like the idea of there's finally something for somebody else in the ship to sit in a chair that's not a turret. Like, you know, it gives the Cutlass back seat a reason to exist. But
yeah, no,
by the
absolutely.
same token,
it gives the co-pilot a reason to fucking be there.
Yeah, but by the same token,
it's like, why would I ever sit in the turret?
I'm not a fan of what it's doing to the single seat fighters. And to me, it doesn't, like, you think about today's F-16 or, you know, F-22, like all it takes is a flick of the switch and the pilot is switching his operation modes. So if they were to do something like that, okay. But if there's any kind of delay in switching those modes, I'm not a fan of that. Like that shouldn't be part of the gameplay, I think.
With missile operated mode right now, it is just a middle mouse click. So you're going to just be, now that being said, I did notice, and it could just be like my own mouse. My mouse is somewhat old, but I noticed that sometimes I would have to click it a few times before it would actually register. Oh, let me switch over here. But if it was nice and snappy, I mean, you could be going from
but don't you have to go when you switch over? Don't you have to acquire a missile lock then after switching?
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. Like it should be once you're locked onto a target, it doesn't matter what weapon you're using. You're locked onto that target. So if I flick over my switch, my missile system should be like, yep, I've got the target you're locked onto. I'm ready to go. That's what I mean by there shouldn't be a delay.
Well, because essentially it's going, hey, how come your missiles are using a totally different radar lock on than the ship itself?
Right.
Why wouldn't these be sharing data?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree with that in some ways, and in some ways I don't. So mostly for a gameplay reason, they have it separated because you can target ships that are friendly without you going hostile towards them, right? So if it's using the same radar, if someone targeted you, you wouldn't know if they're just targeting you so then they're checking you out, know where you are, whether they're a party member or whatever, or whether they're trying to lock a missile onto you. And for gameplay reasons, I can understand why that would be a problem.
But I mean, like, in the real world, you know that you're being targeted, but you don't know by what until it fires, and then you go, "Oh shit, that's a missile." And it usually your computer system has a library, and it goes, "Hey, that's an AMRAAM that's being shot at you. It's using radar, or you know something a different version based on its radar signature." But that to me, that you're not losing anything by you know being able to switch weapons and still maintain your lock.
What I'm thinking they could do again if they were going to go something like that is they could make it so it's like the targeting is all the same across the board, and then when you activate the missile, meaning like not that you have fired the missile, but you are switching to missile mode, and thus you have a missile hitting in its tube or whatever else on. That then activates a warning on your target that, hey, there's an active missile poking its head over here.
I I hear what you're saying. Data machine. I think what you're talking about is actually a problem with their idea of one radar system for everything, which in the real world you have two different systems. You have a general radar that's just like, hey, I'm just checking you out, and then there's the actual, hey, this is a combat radar that is pinging you specifically for range information and targeting, and that would mean them having to change the game radar system so that it would activate. You would know the difference. Like, hey, somebody's just checking me out versus somebody's looking for combat, like they're locking onto me type thing.
Well, you know, at the beginning, you raised the question of how do you let players know that their ship that they're in might not be a good idea to go up against another target.
Yep.
So that is a gameplay information issue, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what we're talking about right now is also an information problem.
Yep.
How do you let a player know that they're being targeted in a hostile manner? So I from me personally, I would prefer that you didn't get any information about a missile incoming until it was pretty close to you, because I have a problem with the way decoys and countermeasures work, but that's a different topic. But for a general player, if you're just flying along and someone targets you, you get notified that you've just been targeted. But for a lot of people, they're not expecting combat. How do you let them know that a missile has been launched and inbound, or that they're being locked onto? You want to give that player the chance to be able to react in time.
Right. And that's like today's modern fighter systems. As soon as a weapon is launched at you, your airplane tells you, like, visually, with, warning, missile launch, and you start getting audible alarms that there's incoming, weapon system towards you. To me, that would be like the minute the minute somebody launches a weapon, whoever that weapon is geared towards, if that person is not actively using, electronic warfare jamming systems, they should instantly be getting a warning saying, hey, there's an incoming missile,
Right,
and
you
that
better
gives
watch the
them
fuck
that
out.
opportunity to make a decision. Do I launch my chaff and turn and fight, or do I just hit the afterburners and get the F out?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I personally, I just don't like I don't like and I think it goes back into the scanning thing of, like, knowing it. When you scan somebody, you know everything about them. To me, the radar system is kind of like that as well. I don't like the fact that what you're talking about, where you have to lock onto somebody just to, identify who they are. To me, it would almost make more sense if, when somebody's within your range, and I know there's all kinds of variables about, what subcomponents you have, if you're in stealth mode, blah, 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 what's turned on, what's turned off. But in general, if you are within range of somebody, your radar should be telling you, hey, there's a cutlass over there. That's all you need to know about it. Maybe
Yeah.
he has that AIS system that you're talking about, with the manifests and stuff, and it says, oh, and the ship is providing this information that its name is this, and its owner is this, and it's it's got a cargo manifest to this, and that's just happening without you having to actually go and scan that guy. Whereas once you actually turn your radar on that guy and zoom in on him, maybe that's when it starts saying, he starts getting warning saying, hey, this guy's actually checking you out. You should start thinking about what your next move is going to be. And
Well,
that's where he looks back at you and goes, oh, that's my buddy. Never mind. But he
well,
looks back at
that's
you and goes, I don't know that guy. Oh, fuck. Then shit starts happening.
well, that is actually in the game right now. That's the way it functions, right? If you
No.
jump in somewhere and there's another ship there, then you'll get a blip on your HUD saying there's a ship here, but it doesn't tell you any information about them. Even after you target them, it'll only tell you like what kind of ship it is. If you want to know any other information about it, you have to get close enough so you can do an active scan on them. But
And that's
it's
where
hard.
I'm saying, that's where you give the warning. Like, this person's giving you an active scan, and that's where you get your warning. Your newbie player gets a warning and he should be paying attention to that. He should check, is that his friend or is it not? Instead of just going, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've had those oh shit moments where you jump in somewhere and then you get that little warning that someone just targeted you, and it makes you think. So I get where you're coming from, where you don't like the fact that after you target somebody when you go into missile mode, then you have to wait for the missile to lock on. I understand your point of view from that, so I'm not really sure where I sit on that.
Yeah.
But the lock on time is not long. I mean, maybe like a second.
Well, because also too, there's a balance to be had between, hey, especially for when we're talking about new players. So it's like we're talking, you're kind of an idiot. You don't really know what's going on. There's a balance to be had between hobbling your game mechanics and going, hey, sorry, you're still new. You're gonna go and fuck up. You're gonna go and
Yeah.
mess up sometimes. And there's a balance to be had. Like how do you want to go and balance out your new players versus your experienced ones to
Yeah.
make it so people don't just go, hey, fuck this, I'm out, this game sucks, and not making it so easy that there's never any real challenge to it. And like, a lot of games are like, hey, your experienced players and your new players are in this caged area, and it's only after they leave that caged area, once you've taught them through tutorials or through some early missions, whatever, here's the game mechanics. Okay, hey, we've given you an idea of what to expect. Go on out there, good luck,
I kind of like that, because to me that's kind of realistic in the sense of like, you've got secure space and unsecure space, and have most players start out around well, I know that in lore the stand system's actually a bad state, but in general, they start off around Horizon or New Babbage or something like that, where in general it's secure space. Like, you don't have rampant craziness going on. But then as they develop their skills and they get better, they make money and they learn and they get better ships, then it's like, oh, hey, there's this system over in called Pyro that's just unsecure space, but you can make a lot of money over there if you want to go, if you think you're ready. Like that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I mean that's probably going to be well, again, once we're looking at the fully fleshed out game, that's probably to a degree going to be what we'll see, in that you'll start off in a relatively secure area where it's safe, where there aren't too many threats, and then once you leave that area, then it's like, okay, good luck.
Yeah. Yep. But I understand what you're saying, Data Machine. Like, but by the same token, I look at it as like, okay, so now if I'm running a Star Runner, and I have somebody sitting in the co-pilot seat, and I do decide to fight, that means me as the pilot, I've got two guns aiming forward, and I've got a missile operator who's firing off missiles at the same time. Whereas the single seat fighter, he's having to switch systems if he wants to utilize both. And that's I guess my problem with the system. That's the only problem that I have, is there needs to, if one ship can use both systems, then the single seat fighter needs to be able to use both systems just as effectively.
I think that's a trade-off of having a fighter that's got two seats versus a fighter that only has one seat.
That is a fair point too.
One of the trade-offs.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you've got the Hornet and the Super Hornet. One's got a turret and a second operator, and one doesn't. So theoretically speaking,
that second position in the Hornet, that's an actual turret. Like, you're firing a weapon. Right. So you're making a decision to have less, pew pew and be in missile mode. Whereas the Gladius, he's either got just pew pew or just missile. He can't be doing both at the same time. And still, even if you were to just make it a quick switch over, he still only has that choice, but he can move between those positions quicker. Is my only problem.
Personally, I'm fine with the idea of, okay, you're flying your Gladius around, and if to fire missiles, Yeah, you can't fire your main guns while firing missiles. Fine, but you do need to make it like a quick, snappy, instant change in UI and all that, so that you can fire the missiles and then go right back to shooting
Right.
in milliseconds.
Well, it's not milliseconds, and I think the
Well, no, I'm not the
lock
firing of the
on
missile, but
time-
the switching of HUDs and UIs and missile
switching
operator mode.
is fast. The switching is no different than like toggling scanner mode. It's the press of a button and it snaps back and forth, no problem. It's the locking on that takes a
Yeah.
little bit of delay.
That's what I'm getting at. It's
And
just
the
go.
lock on time, I think, is dependent on the size missile. So, like, size 1 missiles are really fast versus like a size 9 takes quite a while. And that, I think, is just a balance thing. And I'm not a big fan of it. I think that the lock on should be about the same. The difference would be maybe the speed of the missile and the emissions of being able to target whatever. But
Yeah.
um, for
I
balance
agree. I think
purposes,
it would be distance though. That's just
yeah,
my
for balance, I think that the lock on time is based on the size of the missile.
yeah. I guess that is the
Well, if
core
we're
of my
going
issue. It's just
realistically,
that lock on time.
Realistically, the time would be that the distance. It would be the signature that your ship, the ship you're targeting, is emitting, and how long it takes for the internal computer and the tracking computer on the missile to calculate a path to that ship. Stuff.
Well, I mean,
So
if we're
which
not
should
being
in
really
theory it shouldn't take that long,
technical
but
about it, the 3 different types of missiles in the game, if you've got an IR missile, it shouldn't have to lock on at all. You should just be pointing at the target, and you push the button,
right.
and it
Yeah.
automatically locks onto e-signature.
Yep.
Same for EM. Whatever's the strongest EM signature, it just locks on as soon as you launch it.
Well,
It would only be like
you
the
should still be
cross-section.
able to define which EM you want it to attack, so it's
At
not
least to a degree.
a live torpedo running around just hitting the nearest thing it finds.
Yeah.
You want to be able to say that.
Well,
EM
that's where
signature
you
over
tied
there
into the
is a
targeting
saber, and
system.
I want you to take that specific EM signature out.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think you can make that argument in the game right now with the way that countermeasures work, because
What do you mean?
well, I'm not sure that the countermeasures are working the way they're supposed to anyway.
I don't think they are.
Because of the decoy will block or will attract a cross section missile, and I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's
But
not.
maybe the decoy should work against IR and EM, right? Because a decoy could simulate the EM signature of whatever ship you're trying to you're firing it from, but
It's
it can't do anything for cross section because you can't
technically
proof that it's a radar return.
it's chaff and it's flare. I know they're naming it different things, but essentially it's chaff and flare. The whole point of it, neither one of those is actually supposed to be effective against EW in real world. So, your chaff is supposed to be to counter your radar, and your flare is to counter your IR. What they don't have is a third module, which is like you can look in the news nowadays. They're still designing these new. They're still considered rather new systems that are essentially you launch out this tiny little. It looks like a 40 millimeter grenade canister, but it basically goes, okay, what's being sent at me? It registers whatever's targeting it, and then it sends out a burst of basically countermeasure electronic jamming for that specific target. But it's still it's an ammunition source.
Yeah.
So to me, that's what they would need to do in the game to be realistic about EW type weapon systems. But they don't have that. So I mean, it's the current system is flawed, absolutely. But I still think that you should still be able to take an EW missile and like a harm missile today, the Wild Weasel mission is that you basically fly around until somebody turns their radar on, and then you identify that radar and you tell the harm missile, it's meant to go specifically after radar systems, EW. You tell it that specific radar band that you're receiving, that's the one I want you to home in on. And then you launch the missile and it goes and it hits that specific target.
So, I mean, from from your description right now, that's kind of what you could say the lock-on time of the missile is then, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense for
Well,
IREM, but if you're firing a cross-section missile and you're saying, I want you only to target that cross-section, then you could use that the lock-on system in game to be you programming that missile that's the cross-section, only go towards that one. You can
but
make
you've
that.
already. But my point is that you've already your plane should have already been doing that automatically as you're targeting. In other words, I have my guns going and I lock onto a target and I go, and that's when I realize, like, oh, hey, that's a Saber Raven. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to missile mode. I'm gonna select my EW missile. I want you to hit what I'm targeting right now, and that's your computer system has already said that's the target.
Okay, so I guess we're thinking about targeting differently. So
Probably
in Star Citizen, the way targeting works, or the function of targeting, is just to let you know what kind of ship it is and where it's at. It's
right.
not like an active, well, I guess it kind of is active in a sense, but
It's giving you a lead lag, right?
if you yeah, it does give you a lead lag. If you have 5 different targets, 5 different ships on your screen, and you target one, then you can track where that is. You can't track the other targets
Right.
without switching towards them. And that's, I think, just a kind of a limitation of gameplay because that's the way it's just always been, except like for simulators, but that's simulating real world. So targeting different ships is not a hostile act, but
Right.
locking a missile onto them is a hostile act.
Right.
So they would you if they've changed the system to the way you're thinking, then just targeting a ship would make you hostile towards them automatically.
Yes.
And I think that's a problem gameplay wise because then it removes the function of you being able to track where they are.
Hmm.
No, because and that's another component that needs to be on there is that you're getting a readout of who's around you. Just like
You're talking more
like
of a passive radar as opposed to what we have, which is
exactly.
we have to actually look at. I'm not sure how they would do that. I get what you're saying, and I do agree that should be more a component of like a passive radar of just getting things like the IFF of the ship, if they're, what they've got powered up. Essentially just what signals am I receiving from that ship, just as part of
Yes.
me being right by them.
I guess, but that needs to be more robust because I know currently, yes, you get a tiny little blue dot in your holosphere, but that's it's not even giving you a range. It's just telling you that somewhere off
Something
to
that
your left, there's something there. What I'm saying is you should have a more active passive system that's providing you like what Cam is saying, that passive, what are people putting out? What can I deduce off of what's being put out towards me? And then you make a decision like that's the guy I actually want to take a look at. And to me, maybe it shouldn't be that locking onto him necessarily is the threat level threshold. Maybe it's as soon as I actively engage against him. In other words, like my gut, if I pull a trigger, that's when it says somebody's doing something and that person has that opportunity to do something. Because if it's a missile, he's got a little bit of time to make a decision. If it's guns, we're close in. He should already be nervous just because of how close you are. I mean, that's the real world right now.
Well, yes and no. I mean, one, it is. I mean, I will say it is an inherently dangerous world that Star Citizen is because, like, even the ambulances
True.
have guns, as they
True.
themselves, as the devs pointed out. At the same point, I don't know if necessarily someone flying 2 km away from you. Now, if you're, yeah, I mean, even if I'm off in the middle of nowhere mining and someone flies over me, I'm probably gonna be like, "Hi, what's up?" For all I know, they're just going, "Hi." I'm like really low on fuel. Do you know where the nearest station is? Because I don't have a map of this system or something like that. Hey, I don't want it. I don't want it to the game to be built around this idea of if they're if they're like 2 cam away. I don't want it to be like me slowly gripping the joysticks of my guns, going, okay, okay. I don't want it to be like that kind of a gameplay.
Right.
Well, I would argue that it kind of already is. If I'm out mining and I see another ship, I am always assuming it's a hostile,
Yeah.
and they're up to something nefarious. It's just the way it is.
And I guess what I'm getting at is I don't want that either, and that's why I want a different type of, I guess, I don't know, radar mechanic, in that it doesn't, it would allow it would allow both players to get the information that they need without that possible threat, until somebody makes that decision to be threatening by firing their weapon. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, because our current system is you do need to lock on, and as soon as somebody locks on, you're going, oh fuck, okay, what's going on? Whereas
you get that radar warning lights up on your dash.
Right. Whereas if you had that passive system where player A is getting information from player B, and player B is getting information from player A, because they both have passive, but they're not targeting each other. So right now they feel comfortable because, hey, we're not being targeted. But the minute somebody starts to use a weapon, that's when you would receive those warnings. And if it's a missile, you've got time. If it's guns, well, you've already let that person get that close. You should have already been making some decisions if you didn't know who that was. Not, hey, like, instantly I'm going to combat, but at the same time, there was that period where you were able to learn about each other without being locked. Does that make sense?
It does, but I still think if someone actively targets you, then you should be notified, but they shouldn't automatically become hostile.
Right. And
one thing too,
on a way, I'm agreeing with that in the sense that to me, that person should not become hostile until they pull the trigger. That's all I'm getting at. So that would actually allow you to do what you're talking about, which is you could target people, and everyone would feel safe because, hey, the guy hasn't pulled the trigger.
Well, one thing too that could be done is you could, again, theoretically, build it out so that you have you've got your regular radar suite, and that's what you use for just picking up, their IFF, picking up if what's powered up, what's powered down, just generic basic stuff, that kind of, what information are they putting out, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But then you could have a separate thing that's your combat-based radar tied to your weapon systems, and this would be like a separate component. And once that gets lit up separately, so this would be separate from the regular radar, you would have to actually go and say, hey, I'm turning my weapons on, and then that lights everyone up, letting everyone else know, hey, this guy's got his weapons on, watch out, something like that.
I've turned my targeting computer on, but not in the sense data machine's thinking about. I mean, like, I'm turning on my weapon system computer.
Yeah, I guess one way I think of it is you have your passive system. It'll just, if there's something within a mission around you that looks like a ship, it'll pop it up and say, hey, there's something over here. It looks like a ship.
Yep.
When you target that, you're focusing on that specifically, but it's not like a weapons lock kind of pickup.
Right.
And whether you get a lag pip or whatever, that's just software interpreting the speed and direction of the ship in case you wanted to use weapons. So that's not hostile. When you lock on a weapon or a missile, that is you actively turning on your weapon radar, so to speak. That's
well, what I was saying is that maybe you can,
and that's
have
what
it
I want.
Where maybe you could have it to where when you turn on your weapon, so it's like your weapon would normally be in like a deactivated state. Otherwise, this lights up. Hey, this guy's flying hot. He's got weapons activated, and that's where everyone's kind of like, "Hey, whoa, what you do?" It'd be like someone walking around town with like a rifle in their hands at a low ready, walking around. People would be like, "Hey, whoa, what you doing there, buddy?" Versus if you have it slung on your back, everyone's just kind of like, "Oh, okay, whatever."
Yeah. And Data, I understand what you're saying. What I'm getting at is that I think we're approaching. We both want the same thing, but I think we're approaching it from different angles. Which is, right now, you only get the person only becomes hostile if they lock on their missile to you. In other words, get missile lock, or if they shoot you, right?
Several times, yeah. They can shoot you, and yeah. Anyway, that's
all I'm getting at is that right now, and you're not, the only indicator that you get of that is that they turn red. What I want is essentially, I want the notification at the same points that you're talking about, but what I don't want, or what I want in addition to that, is I want the process of locking on to not, how do I?
you want them to be able to potentially have a missile lock on you without them knowing that you're doing it.
No, the opposite. No, I want you to know that. That's my whole point. Is I want you to know that you're being targeted. What I want is a more audible notification of that process. In other words, instead of the icon just turning red, give me an audible or a visual marker across the center of my HUD that says, warning, missile lock.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we've been talking about something that already exists then. So if someone passively targets you, they just flying around and they want to see what kind of ship you are, and they target you, you get an audible notification that some ship has just targeted you. And I think there's a button where you can push where you'll target them back, whatever. When someone starts to lock a missile on you, then you get a missile lock warning, and then you also get another warning when the missile is launched.
Okay, so now let's break it into two, because I think what we're doing is we're both focusing on two different things. Right now, the missile lock system and the notification, that works for me. What doesn't work for me is the fact that the person can lock on to me and possibly fire weapons at me, but I'm not getting, like, when he, I guess this is the thing. When he locks onto me, I get a notification that somebody is locked onto me with just their targeting computer, but they're not a threat.
Right.
So what you're saying is that there's no differentiation in your ship systems. If I'm just looking at my HUD and everything else, there's no difference between someone targeting me and someone actively firing at me.
Right, exactly, and that's the difference. Is like I don't think that somebody locking onto you in the game mechanics should necessarily.
It's giving the warning too early.
This is hard to explain. Yeah.
In other words, it's warning you at the wrong time.
Yes, and I just want to see it where it's yes, okay, I'm aware somebody's looking at me, but I don't. If he's not doing anything hostile, then
I don't care.
I don't care. But if he is going to go into hostile mode, that's the point that I need that notification.
So it's like maybe giving you like a little blip on your HUD of, oh, hey, by the way, someone's targeting you, and then giving you the like red warning light and the little alarm of, hey, you're being locked. Someone is firing at you. Watch the fuck out.
Right, and it that's just like that shouldn't be something that's constantly going on while you're in combat per se. Like the same guy firing. You shouldn't get 1,000 warnings for every bullet kind of thing. I'm not going that route.
Unless it's like someone new, then you should be getting a new warning, but that's it.
Yes, a new contact. So I guess that's what I've been trying to say in a very poor way. It just, right now the system, and it's going to change. we all know that. So it's just the current system isn't to my liking. It still needs that tweaking of allowing us to look at people and allowing people to know they're being looked at, but at the same time, when hostilities start, there's a stronger notification for, especially for those new types of players who are like, oh, hey, what's going on? Hey, there's somebody trying to actually kill you.
All
right.
Yeah.
Did we kill this thing?
No.
Sorry.
There's one more angle that I guess I'd like to talk about real quick, and that is, I think, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense that everybody's always flying around with their weapons turned on.
You're not wrong.
I think if you're flying around a place that's supposed to be peaceful, that weapons off is the norm. It's like Star Trek. They don't fly around with their
About to
phasers
say.
powered all the time. They only power
like
them up.
you'll have your captain. They're powering up weapons.
Right.
Yeah,
and
that would actually feed into what we were talking about earlier.
Exactly. I was waiting for you. I didn't want to interject, so I was waiting for you guys to finish to mention that. But I was pretty much saying, so you pretty much just want that, but you're going a very long-winded way of saying it.
I wish they would insert the culture of, if you're not hostile, you don't look hostile, you're not acting hostile, into the game. Because right now it's just you get in your ship, you set it on, and your weapons and your shields are automatically turned on. It makes more sense to me that they would be. I mean, your capacitors would be filled, but your weapons would not be actively engaged. And once you engage them, then everybody would know, hey, this guy's flying around with his weapons engaged. He might be a possible threat.
And that would also solve that whole problem that we've just spent the past, God knows how long. Which is you would have a targeting computer,
40 minutes,
and then you would have just a general or a targeting radar system.
Right.
So hey, this guy just activated his targeting system, i.e., weapons are now live. Oh fuck! Whereas the rest of the time, nobody has their weapons active. Oh hey, some guy's pinging me. Hey Bob, how's it going? Yep, no worries here. Good to go.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I don't like the fact that you just fly around with your weapons engaged all the time, because that.
Yeah, maybe have it tied in where, like, when you go active on weapons, that's a draw on your power systems because it's automatically shunting to that, and so maybe.
So I'm going to use that as a segue for the next part of the 3.14 PTU notes.
I think Mando wants us to move on, guys.
The power. So we're getting power management in version 2, which is a rebalance of existing power systems and integration of the capacitors into it. And essentially being able to use the rule of 3 power systems, thrusters, shields, and weapons. So they did say that your co-pilot will not be able to affect any change in your power systems yet. It's just from the pilot seat for now, but actually messing with your power systems does change your ship's performance now, which is that hasn't really been a thing since like 2.5. So
here's my one input. I'm all for power management, and by power management I mean like all systems, not just power specifically, but all the tweakables. I'm for that for power management system overall. But what I don't want, that I've seen them hint at, is they seem to want you to be messing around with power management while you're in combat in a single seat fighter. And that
that's kind of...
Yeah, I know.
That's really weird.
When I heard about that, that's yikes.
Now here's the deal with that. Real quick.
Well, hold on, let me finish. If they would allow you to keybind power management,
so there are keybinds. There are keybinds. F5, F6, F7, and F8.
But making them more intuitive and easier, because there's going to be more than just F5 through 8. Input. You look at the 3-way triangle, and just that would have to be 6 different buttons if you want to do plus and minus on each one of those corners. So they need to have a better management
what I think
system.
Mando was meaning is that, like, for example, let's say if I'm in my
Sorry, Data.
for example, let's say then I'm like, hey, I'm going to have one setup where I've got power equally divided between my engines and my
Right.
shields. So this is like my running
Presets.
profile. I'm like, I'm just getting out of here. I push that, and then I just go. Or,
Yeah.
hey, I'm going to go, I'm in just combat mode. I've got it between my shields and my weapons, and I've barely got anything to engines because I'm not planning on maneuvering much. So it's like you can set those up
You
and go,
got your
okay, I'm going to
preset
have it right
modes.
around here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that doesn't seem to be what they want. It seems they want you to actually be like, no,
Like fucking around with it.
part of my wing is gone, so now I need to adjust my power over to my
Yeah,
right
fuck that.
thruster. Yeah, I don't that
Yeah,
unless
for
you're
single
gonna
seat
make
shit, no. If you got like an engineer's, if you're on a
yeah.
multi-cruise ship or like a Constellation or something like that, yeah, okay, sure. But
Yeah.
anything other than a multi-crew, like a 3-person multi-crew, no.
Yep. Okay, Data. I interjected. Go. Sorry.
Okay, so right now, you don't have to mess with any power settings if you don't want to. If you're in a combat situation, somebody who has those buttons bound is going to perform better than you. And right off the bat, let me just say that changing power settings away from your engines does not affect your thrust anyway. It only affects the rate of recharge for your boost, which is now based on a charge meter instead of overheating. So that's the
Okay.
only thing that the engine recharge does. It just recharges the boost meter faster. And the same for weapons. Well, I guess not the same for weapons. You can deplete your capacitors completely, and if you don't have any energy going into weapons, then they will not recharge. They'll just stay depleted. And the same for shields. If you have all your energy set to go to your weapons or thrusters, then your shields will not recharge when they take damage.
So here's a question that I have.
Yes.
If I go and get a better power plant for, let's say I got a Warlock, Avenger Warlock, and I want to put in the biggest power module that will fit in that thing that gives me the most energy. Will that increase my recharge rate of my weapons?
That is a good question. Something we'll have to test. I think that it will,
Okay.
because they said that unless you have a power plant that's too weak to support all your systems at the same time, if you have a sufficient
Alan.
power plant, then you won't have to adjust anything to make things work. It would be really interesting to get an underpowered power plant and see what happens if you don't have enough power going to your engines, whether or not
Oh,
that will affect how much thrust you get. I would like to try that.
oh, they did that. When they initially offered the Warlock, it was underpowered. So every time you fired off the EMP, your own shit, the Warlock itself went down, not because of the EMP, but because you just didn't have any power. And it took
Right.
them like 2 patches to fix that.
Right, but that was not using this power system. I meant
True.
now I wonder whether that would have any effect.
Gotcha.
Anyway,
So
regardless,
before we start getting into
if
theory crafting again, I'm just gonna read
Sorry.
the actual information that CIG has given us, and then you can start theory crafting from there. But just saying.
Okay, your keyword is going to be ready, set, go, and then we'll theory.
So, with the addition of new capacitor gameplay comes a wide rework to ship flight and thruster handling, shield behavior, weapon damage, etc. So weapon fire rates and damage have increased dramatically. Ammo rates have been significantly reduced. Energy weapons now have limited ammo, which is automatically regenerated through the capacitors when the weapon is not being used. Changing assignment to weapons will make energy weapons regenerate ammo faster. Throttling and overclocking is disabled for the time being, will be reevaluated post 3.14. Manned turrets have their isolated weapon capacitor system, which will regenerate weapons faster and provide a deeper pool. Shields, full balance rework on all shields below size 3 to turn them into bubble-type shields with one shield face. We already talked about that. And they also removed hardening, shield hardening, which most notably on the Banu Defender. And they said it will be redeveloped at a later point. Thrusters in flight, they added a separate regenerable pool for boost, as Data was talking about, formerly Afterburner. Changing assignment for thrusters will make the thruster boost bar fill up faster. Added option to automatically enable and disable boost during space break. And then finally we have UI. Added a thruster fuel boost bar. Added weapon readout on the HUD for each weapon showing ammo state. Slightly changed the meaning of the shield display to reflect power triangle assignment. Disallowed throttling on the shield display. Legacy power triangle functionality is removed. It was just a power priority setting that only worked if the power plant could not supply enough power. Oh, so there's your answer there. Power triangle will now work as a pure regen distribution function for shields, energy weapons, and thruster boosters. So it's more kind of just like, what do you want to regen faster? That's pretty much what the triangle is at the moment with this new patch.
Yeah.
It also says increased detection range of mineable rocks and added new display options for party nameplate.
So all I was
those are separate. Sorry, those are separate to the power management system. I apologize.
Yeah, Call Sign was saying that he didn't want to have to mess with power settings in combat.
And he won't.
All I was going to say is that you don't have to if you don't want to. However, someone who can and does is going to be more effective in combat than you will, because they'll be able to switch between charging their shields or weapons faster, which means they'll be able to fire more frequently and or take more damage. More often.
I wasn't saying. I guess I once again I
were you
muddled through it.
talking more along the power relay system that they talked about like a few months ago, where they have different systems in the ship that they shut down if they're not in combat?
No, what I want to say, this was maybe 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, where they had a dev on there who was actually like showing some screen stuff, and he's in combat and he's like looking down at MFDs and making adjustments to them, and that's where I was like, no. So I'm not against the actual. I'm all for power management, as I said. What I don't want is you having to look down into losing your spatial awareness to do something on an MFD. That's the only thing I'm against. Okay. I'm all for being able to make those adjustments, because I agree with you. Somebody who has the knowledge and knows how to use it should have that advantage by being able to make those adjustments. The only thing I didn't like was that the devs seem to be of the mindset that like losing your spatial awareness, i.e. the whole reason for having a HUD was that he wants you to look down at your MFDs to make those changes. All I want to see is that you can maybe hotkey all those little adjustments and be able to just use those keys instead of having to look down.
I don't know of anybody that's done any combat in Star Citizen that would be okay with the idea of having to go to your MFD and do anything while you're in combat.
That's why, unless you have Game Glass or something like that.
That's why I was saying I was concerned with what I was concerned with what the dev was showing, because to me his mindset was different from what we all, as you're putting it, as anybody who's actually using the system wants. And that's what I was getting at, is like that when I saw that clip, that concerned me. That's all I was getting at. It was like, no, I don't want to look at my MFDs.
I would be fine with that being like a co-pilot or somebody in a different station.
Multi-station, absolutely. And I want that. Like, I think they should enable us to other people to mess with those systems.
Just not for like the single seaters.
Right.
Agreed. You guys are not going to like this.
You're going to end up just flying into fucking walls all the time because you aren't looking where you're going.
Yeah.
Claiming a ship no longer restocks missiles and torpedoes. We've made missiles and torpedoes no longer restock when a ship is claimed through an insurance on the ASOP terminal.
That text was removed, I thought.
No, I'm saying you can no longer claim...
Oh, yeah. Sorry, so to clarify, so currently, although we don't know if it is a glitch or something, currently when you claim a ship and then you get the new one, it is fully restocking it with missiles and shit.
Yeah.
So because of this, they reduced the base wait time for all insurance claims.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Well, I mean, they want the money sink in general to fight inflation overall in the multiplayer verse, but also it deters you from just going, oh, I used my missiles, all my torpedoes up on my Retaliator. Time to shit can this one and just claim a new one and go back into the battle.
Yeah.
Like, you need to spend the money.
The counter to that I hope they add. Well, I'm not so worried about missiles and stuff, but I really don't want to have to go buy new guns every time you lose one. I hope they add the
Yeah.
option to be able to add weapons to the insurance, even if it increases.
Well, it just
Yeah.
says it won't restock
Or
missiles
just
and torpedoes.
create a different insurance layer that is weapons insurance, and
Yeah.
you
No, absolutely.
take out
Totally agree.
a
Well,
policy.
at the moment, it is specifically saying missiles and torpedoes. You're still going to keep your gun, supposedly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, right
But-
now we still keep our components and guns and shit, but once they get to that point,
Oh,
They
I totally
definitely
want to be.
should
Yeah, I
allow
want to
it.
insure those
Yeah.
that shit. Yeah,
And-
yeah.
and
because
have
otherwise
those
it's just gonna be a
layers.
fucking pain.
Yeah.
It'd also be a
have
money
layers.
drain.
So you got like a weapons insurance policy for the ship, and then you got a components policy for those upgrades
Yeah.
that you bought.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
And they did say there are going to be various different types of insurance companies for various
Yeah.
fields in the game.
Well,
You know, different medical insurance stuff, different ship insurance things. So
Because it's like LTI itself, it's going to be like the lowest base form of insurance. Everyone
Yeah.
is still going to be paying insurance because all of us with LTI, we're going to be like, well, that's great and all, but that doesn't cover my weapons. It doesn't cover, missiles. It doesn't cover this, that,
Congratulations
the other
on your
thing.
LTI. Here's your Ford Fiesta back.
Yeah, exactly. It's like okay, sure, I got my Carrack back, but all the weapons are dry. It's barely got any fuel in the tank. The paint's all scratched. It's like okay, sure, you got it, but you're
Yeah.
getting what you really want. It's not
Yep.
like good to go, ready to roll. If you actually want to just boogie right out of there.
right.
But I would be totally okay with having the option to pay for the upgrades when you pick it
No,
up.
exactly.
I'm curious if part of the reason they made that change is because if you get your ship back with the missiles restored on it, then it doesn't take the missiles out of your inventory that you purchased. So you're basically getting them for free.
Well, I think they learned from the that original Xeno threat, the phase 3, the
Yeah.
first iteration of it. Phase 3 was pretty much you had to have something torpedo bombers, and I think people
otherwise
were
it's
just
fucked.
spawning a Retaliator, going out launching missiles, and then just going back spawning a new Retaliator,
Oh,
launching
right,
missiles.
claiming it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Because the price on
They
a torpedo,
increased
I
the
think, was
price
like
for
it was
size 9
like $1
torpedoes.
million each or something.
It was
Something
something crazy.
pretty
Yeah.
much. I mean, yeah. They got some major bug fixes. So one that I'm really happy to see: player friends list in game should no longer be capped at maximum of 50 players. And for someone who
Yeah.
has over 300 friends on his list, that is awesome. Player emotes should now correctly play through /commands and inner thought wheel.
So, the emotes, I was testing this out the other night. They work on the other person's screen, but they don't work on your screen.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I was
Dang,
really
really?
disappointed with that.
Yeah, so if
Yeah,
you
they're
play an
still
emote,
bark.
they'll see it as long as you're not moving around, but you won't see the animation happen on your screen.
That's not good.
No.
That'll
Situation normal.
probably get fixed too, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to
Well, again, this is PTU, so.
Yep.
Let's
Yeah,
see,
I
we got
heard what
loading screens should no longer be enlarged and zoomed in on. Aspect ratios higher than 16:9. So, i.e., like 21:9, 32:9.
Yeah. Question: are these the patch notes from the latest patch that was released today?
Actually, no. Let me look that up.
It was either yesterday or today. I just heard this morning that there was, I guess, like a G patch.
Correct. Loading. But the G patch doesn't have all the listed gameplay The G patch didn't have the listed gameplay features that we were just talking about because that was in the original PT patch notes.
Check.
Let's see. Major bug fixes. Fixed an issue that could cause a player's cursor to get stuck on the game screen. Oh, finally. Docking UI should now be present after requesting docking. It's not listing any of the same bug fixes that were in the last PTU build, so.
Okay. I mean, this is still pertinent information. I didn't mean to imply.
No, it's just
not current.
it's good that you brought it up though, because it reminded me that there is a new. This is the current PTU build that is live right now.
Yeah.
The G patch, the 3.14.0G. Known
Is it
issues.
G or is it J?
And so
One of
the known
them?
issues are the same as the last build, though.
Shut up, Data. Do you
I believe
call him
it's
Jeff
pronounced
or George?
J.
I would just ask you because I'm looking on my launcher right now, and
Maybe they are already released a new one this afternoon or something.
I'm not seeing any update.
I'm
never
expecting
mind.
a rash of them because I don't think this is going to be
Nope,
the most stable
the most
changes.
recent one is 3.14.0G.
Okay, I was just looking at the where it says database reset, and it's just saying that certain items and merits may be removed in this release and into 3.14J.
Oh, which
Maybe
would
Well, don't
be
ask
it could be the
questions.
last patch,
wait that won't be. Wouldn't the next
or is that a bracket? I can't even tell.
wouldn't the
doesn't
next
matter.
be
Let's-
H?
I think that's just a bracket. Don't worry about it.
Now I'm confused. You've confused me.
Hi, confused. I'm Cam.
Okay, something's wrong in the universe because we are now prodding Mando to move along.
So anyway, there we were.
I like how Port Alsar and Port Tressler are missing the quantum travel marker.
No, it wasn't when I was in earlier, at least.
No, this is the current PTU build.
I was in
issues.
just earlier today. Or how long ago did this patch drop? Like, was it just like
Yesterday?
It was either yesterday afternoon or this morning.
July 9th at 5
okay?
p.m.
Because I was in earlier today and I was able to quantum travel to Port Olisar. Now I did notice that when I jump, I have
It has no
to-
marker. It doesn't mean you can't jump to it. It just has no marker.
Like on the map.
Huh?
It says
Yeah.
Port Alsar has no quantum marker.
If it has no marker, I can't select it to jump.
Oh, I think it means like when you
just press
If
B.
you just hit spool your quantum
Yeah.
drive, that doesn't. Yeah, I can confirm that happened because I was.
I
trying to
saw
find
it earlier.
You have
Maybe
to go
it's
on your
not
map
affecting
and
everyone.
select
Maybe
it
it's not
as your
affecting everyone.
destination.
Well, just because it's a known issue doesn't mean it happens every
True.
10 out of 10 times type thing. Because one of the known issues here is gas clouds on Crusader appear to have moving graphical artifacts that appear as dots. Current cloud texts
Yeah.
are still in development and not final.
Oh, here's
Yep.
one that
Those aren't dots. Those are scanned items.
Those aren't dots. Those are Van Duel.
I didn't report this, but I probably should. If you jump to somebody's location and you're on the other side of the planet and you're far enough away, it will not give you a spline path around said planet. It will send you straight to the middle of said planet.
Hell yeah.
They changed some of the ships and shields again.
Yeah.
Let's see, Terrapin now uses 2 size 2s shield generators. Caterpillar now uses 2 size 3s. Hurricane now uses 1 size 2. And the Constellation
I gotta
will
get
now
off.
use
I gotta take a break.
1
They
size
did
3.
something to the Terrapin.
Yeah. That poor Terrapin.
Dude,
Gameplay soon. Come on, gameplay soon.
if I could have anything on the Terrapin, I would want to have variants. Like I've said before, it would be an absolutely fucking perfect search and rescue vehicle. You throw in a lowest tier med bed on there. What is that? Tier 3 on there.
No.
Throw that in
Yes.
there.
Yes.
And then boom, there you go. You got your one pilot to go out there, use that scanner, search around for people. Hey, I found them. Throw them on the bed, get them back to the hospital. Boom, there you go.
Give me 4 fold down seats like in the back of the Cutlass.
Yeah.
And then give me
that'd be
1
amazing.
fold down, not even tier 3, but like literally a
just
fold
like a
down
bed,
stretcher.
and then you would use just like hand tools.
Yep, a fold down stretcher bed that just folds out of
Sure.
the wall. You can fit 1 body on there, and you've got 4 jump seats, and you still got the option to remove the scanning chair. That's all.
Yeah. No, that scanning chair is so obnoxious, in my opinion.
Yeah, they really need to work on the interior because there's so much unused space.
Yep.
Well, also,
And-
too, what's the point of having that chair there? Like, if anything, it should be, okay, fine, you want to have a whole nother screen. I can't put it on, like, my regular MFDs. You want to have a whole nother screen for scanning? Sure. Make it so if I activate the dedicated scanner, another
It's so
screen
that it's a
pulls down from the
multi-cruise
cockpit
ship.
chair. And it just goes, like,
That's
in
the
front
whole
of the
reason.
normal. So it's like, okay, I'm not flying. My flying controls are, like, disabled right now because I've got this
Yep.
other screen here. Okay, now I can do a scanning. But just having that chair in the middle there, it's like, why would I go and get up and get in this completely different chair just to activate this one feature and then get it's come on?
Because it was
I have an
originally
answer.
designed to be a two-man ship, and then they
Yeah, and then
changed it after
ruined
they
it.
manufactured it.
I have the answer for you, Cam.
Hmm.
When you get in that chair, you're gonna get a 3-dimensional hollow
Oh
Yep.
God.
of all the scans that'll be interactable by clicking on them on the screen like you would with VR.
That'd be kind of cool, honestly, but I
I mean,
doubt
No,
they would do
that's
that.
the only thing that I can see that would make sense there.
That would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same point,
Yeah. Anyways,
Uh,
I could spend years on the
we've
Terraforming.
already spent like 2 hours in past shows about it. We also have the monthly report for July. I'm not going to read the entire thing because it's like 3 days long,
Do
but
it. Read the whole thing.
pretty much animation, we got progress made on space whale AI loops, continued iteration on vendor behaviors, medical revival animations, and animations created for salvage weapon. So, should be interesting to see the space whale.
Oh, let me interject real quick and say that on the AI front, the AI in 314 PTU is way better than it was in 313. I don't know if that's just because there isn't as much stress on the system, but they reacted and killed me at Korea.
Nice.
Have you tried not dying? They can't legally kill you without your consent, you know.
Have you tried ducking?
I did.
That's
I
it.
like peeked around the corner. They saw me. I peeked again because normally, you can peek and kill them before they realize it because the server tick rate is so low. But no, they let me have it.
Well, at least they can give it to you.
That's good. That's good though. Let's see.
I'll be
So
right
art.
back.
So we got character and weapon art. 3 new armor sets in the pipeline with event variants. 3 new subscriber weapon paints and knife for the PU release. Wearable backpack slated for 315. Animate, which makes sense because 315 is also one physicalized inventory tier 0
Supposedly.
supposedly. Animation work for Grey Cat tractor beam and salvage tool has started, and size 7 weapons were also worked on. Environment art, we got continued gray box work with hospital locations for 315's medical gameplay. Which, by the way, we have New Babbage got its hospital in 314. Puzzles created using derelict ship parts. Puzzles created using derelict ship parts to hide the loot for players to find in planet side tracks.
Oh, there's your hacking mechanics.
Colonialism outposts get additional variation, and gas clouds that will surround jump gates are nearly finished. That's your environment art. Ship art, we got Crusader Ares, Inferno, and Ion variants, and the Redeemer is in the pipeline. Constellation Taurus flyable in 314. Work continued on an unannounced ship. Aegis Saber and Retaliator both became gold standard. Retaliator gets a small interior refactor, which we saw in a ISC like 2-3 weeks ago now. Crusader Hercules A2 gets a second look, adding a kitchen and bomb bays in cargo hold, or what would be the cargo hold on the C2 and M2 variant. So engine, so updates on the engine. We got optimizations in asset handling, brush physics, server code, and networking related data. And also work continued on Gen 12 renderer. Character and weapon features, we got character and weapon features, we got actor status updated to support intoxication and locomotion, so pretty much being drunk and moving around when drunk. Adding randomness to piloting and walking. Oh, fun. Also support for down
Possibly
states.
go wrong.
Also support for down states. Teammates will be able to assist a down player. So down states are part of the medical gameplay. Like when you're shot up or hurt in some way that's not lethal to the point of like, okay, you just got shot in the head and you're instantly dead type thing, or in an explosion.
What about when you face plant onto a landing pad from EVA?
Right, and like
From
at
being
50 miles an hour.
They said the limit was as long as it's not damaged enough to take you from 100 to 0, you will not instantly die.
Right, so then
You'll
you'd
go
be in
into
this
a
down
down
state where you have to wait for someone to revive you, or you can just essentially force respawn, and but
I just
it'll
want
count as a
people to
death.
be able
It'll
to
count
help
as a death.
pick me up when I face plant onto the landing pad. That's all I
Yeah,
want.
we'll drag your face across the floor. No problem.
Have you seen the new walkers? We'll get you a little walker.
Yeah. The med bed that everyone's pushing around Horizon.
No,
for.
there was an actual like walker, like an old person walker, had like 4 wheels, and someone was like wheeling around in a little video I saw. It was hilarious.
Nice.
That's
Stupid, but
cute.
hilarious.
Let's see, gameplay features: added support for sorting and filtering in EMA. The new Asset Manager app will be called Knickknacks, and is scheduled for Q3 2021 release.
Yep.
Progress has been worked on loot generation to be coming in Alpha 3.15 and Alpha 3.16, and ship-to-ship refueling is now in production phase.
Oh.
We got vehicle features: repair, refuel, and rearming while docked to be added. 14. A large portion of the vehicle's team working towards building out jump points. Hopefully they don't look as boring as they did in 2009. Citizen Gun demo, but whatever.
Well, hey, they said jump points, meaning more than one. So
True.
Well, maybe the different size, because we do know that there's going to be small, medium, and large jump
Well, I
points.
mean, you have to have an entrance and an exit, right? So that implies at least 2.
well, my point there is that
I think what he was going for was that they might be different type designs for different
I'm just
variants.
being a wise ass. I get it.
I know, like if this one was made like 300 years ago, versus one that was made recently, it's going to look different.
It will.
Yeah. Well, supposedly they're going to be
Hopefully.
popping up in different places in each system.
You got to remember, like some of the star systems in the Star Citizen universe were like the current year is 2950, but some of these star systems were like discovered and had jump points and stuff in like 24 something. Like
Yeah, there's
2400.
even systems that are closed off.
And then there's systems that are closed off, but then you also have like older systems that are hundreds of years old now. Those jump points would also be hundreds of years.
Yeah, and moved.
yeah, but there's
Awesome.
the idea that jump points can spontaneously pop up around, and you can find
Or
them.
move, or
Right.
Yeah.
Open, close, go to different places, that kind of thing.
do the cha-cha.
Yeah.
It's almost like there's
Get
giant
down,
worms
boogie
tunneling through
tonight.
space.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Don't give them ideas.
So we got
I want my what was the Lear 4? I want my Lear 4 sandworms, damn it.
Lear 3.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Or Lear 3.
He who controls the spice controls the universe. Graphics and VFX added a shader to render windows without having to render the interior. This way, it's not the entirety of the interior isn't being rendered inside of the reflection of a window. Hopefully, that gets rid of the glare, because I don't know about you guys, but whenever you look at a window, because of how they have the reflections work in Windows, you're constantly just looking at the interior of whatever room you're in through the window.
Yeah.
And it's just ruining your view outside that window.
That's just because they have so many lights all over the place.
Yeah, it could be.
They did a lighting pass this patch too.
They did, and it looks good. It looks good.
Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan backends have progressed to the point that the majority of post effects use Gen 12 by default. Systemic services and tools, gearing up for the next iteration of economy and AI simulation, foundational work for AI info and ATC services, and continued work to leave bottlenecks on the back end. Tech animation, we got completed work on facial rig building and facial scan technology, as well as complete some work on head asset and facial animation system. We got an update from Turbulent, game services team focused on server meshing, so woohoo there. Roadmap tools allow for more efficient generation and polishing. Completion of multi-user private lobbies in Spectrum, building to connecting in-game chat lobbies. And Spectrum moderation tools in development.
What's up?
For UI, we got joint work with the actor feature team on healing gameplay and Star Map core tech. Oh, please be a Star Map. We need Star Map.
Oh yeah.
Of
all the things we need, yeah.
Ongoing work to streamline connecting UI to the game without needing programming. Building blocks UI, similar to the new HUD, the ship HUD that we have in 3.14 that uses their new building blocks UI system. So it's nice to see that this system's being used in other things. So it's, yeah, like it's in the name, building. Like it makes things simpler and it lets you do more with more and more efficiently without less time consuming. Interactive screens for Orison and updated transit signs. Oh, please. Yeah, that's not... You know who needs more transit signs? Or better transit signs? Lorville. Lorville's just a mess to navigate.
Who even goes to Lorville?
I did quite a bit.
How dare
when
you?
I was doing my mining to sell my refined
selling mining there. Trading there is good too.
When are we getting selling of like generic loot?
Like weapons and stuff that you pick up?
They get lootable loot.
Well, yeah, because I want to say that's either 315 or 316.
But
well, according to this, I'd say yeah, one of those.
For inventories in order to be able to do that as well.
Yep.
Yep.
We got
that'll be a very nice update.
Yeah. I can actually sell the guns I have. Vehicle tech.
You'll be a bazillionaire.
Yeah. My 500 weapon, 500 SMGs and 400 rifles and all that. Vehicle tech. We got finishing touches on radar scanning and ping refactor for 3.14, and doors improved to improve player interactions with panels and airlocks, and then finally we got VFX focused on Orison, especially for particles effects and environmental lighting because of gas cloud tech, and continued work on the destruction pipeline, primarily for huge explosion sequence theaters of war. So a little update of theaters of war that we the mythical theaters of war that we're never going to get.
Yeah, for some reason I just can't get excited about theaters of war. I mean, I know what it can do, like what it could allow us to develop, but at the same time, just based off of,
until we have it in hand, it's kind of like,
yeah,
and based off of what Star Marine and Arena Commander have gone through, I don't really. It's hard for me to hold my breath on anything, just because back in the day those were going to be the big deal, and they just petered out.
Who's Peter?
Well, why did he leave?
Friends with Paul.
Who's Paul?
Oh, good.
Why are we friends with him?
One of the Beatles.
All right. We also have Squadron 42 update.
Yeah.
Yep. That's kind of the way I feel about it.
So apparently there's mild spoilers in the newsletter, but not really. Animation, they talked about they got new animation for the AI, so they don't look like just statues. They got player idle animation improvements.
T-posing on chairs?
What was that?
You mean T-posing on chairs?
Right. Asserting dominance.
You guys heard about Chris's explanation of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the server tick rate.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the server tick rate. It's that when players aren't in an area, that area gets
spawned out,
turned off. It gets turned off, so it's not being processing isn't happening. When it gets turned back on, the state of that AI, the server doesn't know what to do with it, so that's why it gets stuck.
So they're brain dead AI. Perfect.
I just like the idea that it was his daughter calling him out on it.
Yeah.
Let's see. We got MedPen, Wake Up, Jumping, Drunk Locomotion improvements in regards to animation, as well as additional Vanduul combat locomotion mocaps created being animated. We got character and environment art, wrapping up final rules of modularity system for player and NPC equipment loadouts. The Bengal interior is approaching completion, and further interior and exterior work on omitted base. Gameplay features, we got additional UI functionality to firing ranges, as well as NPC target sharing. Level design, built-out space-based stealth gameplay, updated updated chapters with improved radar ping scanning system, and for characters encompassing scenarios where combat can switch at any time. Finally, UI saying work continued on improving the underlying tech of the star map, and they began investigating how the final version of the Mobiglass UI will look and move. When we'll see this, I don't know.
So on a totally unrelated note, but tying back to last week's episode, I noticed this week a huge explosion in YouTubes of Elite Dangerous players saying, like, on their tube casts, like vocally saying, "That's it, I'm done, I'm out, I'm going over to Star Citizen."
There's literally, I saw a video titled exactly that.
Yeah.
I'm done at Elite Dangerous. Hello, Star Citizen, or something like that. It's like,
yeah,
wow.
The worst one I think I saw was or was it Frontier is the company that puts out Elite Dangerous. And it said, "Frontier, you do not respect your players. I'm going to Star Citizen." And I was just like, wow.
Yeah,
ballsy.
That was the entire reason I got into it. I think I've gone over my whole sort of story with it.
You have. And you can say it again if you want.
I was like, that's it, I'm done. I'm checking out the Star Citizen thing, and and it's so ironic because I'm fucking concierge now. Over the past 6 years, I spent $1,000 on Star Citizen, and I don't regret it. I feel like the product we're getting is worth it.
I never set out for it, but I same thing. I got concierge level. I don't use it. Like I don't run around with a top hat and a monocle or anything like that. But I don't regret any of the money that I spent on it.
Yeah, I'm not at that level just because I can't afford to. But yeah, I don't regret any of my spending for Star Citizen.
I do have good news for fellow concierge members who have the top hat.
I've definitely put more time than money.
There is a chairman's club there now. There's no interior to it yet. I checked it out. It's just an exterior right now. I hope that once Orison version 2 comes out Q4, I hope that it gets fleshed out then. It's possible it won't, but
who knows? I think I saw Board Gamer. He was doing a tour and he showed the chairman's club exterior in that video, and that's when he was saying that kind of the same thing. Like that'll probably be developed further on. But yeah, that's kind of cool.
Like, yeah, it's not. I think it's the first one we've got.
Yeah, in game. It's not just like a top hat.
One thing I'll note too. I know at least with the Mile High Club, they had said this. I'm assuming the case would be similar for the Chairman's Club. With at least the Mile High Club, which was for very, very early on backers and special packages, you could. It said that once the whole thing is together in there, you will be able to bring other people into the club, so that you get to show off and all that kind of shit.
Please let me be your plus one.
The same for Chairman's Club. That you'd be able to be like, hey guys, let's all go to the Chairman's Club, and they get to go ooh ah.
But then we'll have like the street filth running around in their Vanduul masks.
You can get them a little paper top hat, so they at least blend it. You still know that they're casual.
At data machine.
What to say? Looks at data.
Just kidding.
Oh,
No,
no,
but
it'll
yeah,
be
I
me,
hope
and
they
I'll
What's
have
funny is I'm the only one here that actually isn't concierge.
Well, I'll probably be in there too, but I won't wear anything but the underwear, you know. And
Yeah,
a monocle.
go nude. Good idea. Go commit.
With
Yeah.
underwear, with monocle.
With monocle.
Right,
Just
you got
so
you gotta have
people know
some
I am
class.
a
You gotta have some
concierge.
class.
See,
Yeah.
if you're poor, you're just riprap. If you're concierge, you're just eccentric.
Yeah, exactly. Quick question for those who actually have been in the game in Horizon. I was just curious. Can you buy any of those model ships that are in the gift shop?
No.
Like to put
No,
in your
you
hangar?
cannot. Nope.
Damn. They
I
missed an opportunity
assume
there.
based
Call
on
sign's dreams are
how
ruined.
it's laid out, I
Yeah.
believe at some point we'll be able to. Just right now, because like the way it's set up,
Yeah.
it's set up just like how like the Pico stands were. So I'm assuming eventually, yes. Right now, no.
No. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I saw that
So-
you could pick up the what is it, the plushy whales.
Yeah,
And
they make a sound when you brush up against them, like just in the store without even like buying it or doing anything. Yeah, they make a little sound when you brush up against them.
nice.
Great beat.
Yeah. Just imagine hearing that at like 3 a.m. when you're on your spaceship trying to sleep. Hey, what's that? Is that the Van Duel? Oh no, it's just
Yeah.
plushy.
Those plushie gonna be the what are they called? There, you had Pico the penguin.
No, they
and
have
the whale.
names. I just can't. It's like Finley and another name.
Yeah, it's something like that with like an F. I don't know.
Board Gamer had the names of them, but he didn't mess with the ships, so that's why I was curious about.
Yep, nope, they're static.
I want to put a Star Runner in my Star Runner.
Oh, I will note too. So for the new armor, the Gray Cat armor. So in Orison, there is on the I forgot what the name of it is, but there's 3 platforms essentially. One is where your hab is, the habitation area, and then you've got a couple stores there. One is the starport, and then the third was
Hello and welcome.
like the ship factory area. In that ship factory area, in like you can get kind of lost in there. There is a like the store that you see in the cargo decks at the like the orbital stations and the Lagrange stations. There is one of those stores in and around that factory area. You can buy a blue set of the Great Cat armor there. Otherwise, if you just go to the regular cargo deck stores, like say orbiting Hurston, Everest Harbor, I think it is, you can
Yes.
get the yellow Great Cat armor there, and that will be coming with 314 itself. Now, one thing I noted, because I got the patch with the armors, and then I bought it in game 2 to check it out. In all of the stuff we were seeing before from CIG with the armors and the Grey Cat armor, there was like a little tube running from the wrist up along the right arm to the shoulder, and it looked like it was going into like the backpack, like it was plugging into some little port there. When I wore the armor in game, again full suit, no tube. So I'm assuming that that's going to be part of the what they were talking about, like with if you wear like a full set of armor, then certain visual bits and bobs will activate. That otherwise, if you're just wearing parts of it, they won't. So I'm assuming that that's going to be part of that, and I believe that's not coming until 3.15, so next patch. I'm still wondering though with that, and my hope is that if that's the case, I hope it's not just visual in that okay, hey, cool, you got a tube there, but that my hope is that given this is the Grey Cat mining armor, it says it was originally made specifically to assist miners, that if you're hand mining with the Grey Cat multi-tool, that it would actually go and be able to like suck up the individual rocks on the ground, like tractor beam them in, and then shoot them into your backpack just as you go. So you don't have to go and individually go pick up the rock, stow the rock, pick up the rock, stow the no one fucking wants to do it. It's a fucking grind when you're doing that over and over and over. So I'm hoping that might be the case, but we'll have to see. And like I said, I believe that like I think they called it set bonuses. I believe that is coming in 3.15.
Congratulations on gaining your Space Hoover 3.0.
Fuck yeah. Hey, honestly, if
quick
it makes mining less tedious.
Yeah.
Hmm.
2 questions. Does anyone know if the leather armor from that was subscriber flare from last patch is that now available for everybody?
No, it's
Okay.
as far as I'm aware, nothing subscriber-wise has really gotten put out to the in-game stuff yet.
Okay.
I'm hoping that will happen at some point, whether it's quest
Yeah.
rewards, loot, whatever. But as far as I'm aware, unfortunately, nothing yet has really. I'm hoping with those loot boxes that they start doing that, like some of the old subscriber stuff.
Please don't say
And
loot
really,
boxes.
most. Oh God. But most.
Just be glad I caught you when I did. Otherwise, viewers
Yeah.
would have.
To clarify, so one of the features coming in 3.16, I think it is that as you explore around, you're going to go and find generic crates, and there's going to be generic loot of various types in those crates. So,
all of Fallout New Vegas, where you find some random locker in a vault,
listen
and
here, you open it up. Hey, I found a med pen. I found a multi-tool. I found a grenade. Whatever.
A monocle.
Score! I can sell this for $2 million.
Second question. I noticed in watching some of the videos that in Horizon, when you wake up in your hab, as soon as you go out the door, before you go to the elevator, I noticed that there's a walkway that is open to the outside. I'm curious, has anyone tried to take a ship? Because I know that there's the autopilot feature if you get too close to certain platforms, but has anyone tried to basically go pick up a buddy off that balcony?
No, I did actually walk out there earlier today, but I have not tried taking a ship over there.
I don't.
You can jump
that
though.
You're gonna be able to get that close to the city with the ship in that player area, just because people would be trying to run others over.
Hell yeah!
Well, no, because you have to go out on the balcony and expose yourself. Otherwise, you're protected, right?
Well,
But,
I mean, if you could get your ship close enough to the balcony, then you could probably just scrape people off the ground as they're running outside. That wouldn't be good.
Well, isn't it elevated?
Yeah, but not much.
There's like a little railing there, but
right. But that's only if you actually go out onto that balcony. You can actually stay inside and go to the elevator. So you wouldn't. It's like only people who are specifically going out there to get picked up are going to be the ones on the balcony.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be fun to try.
Yeah.
I don't think you can, but yeah, I'd be interested in trying.
I'm just thinking that's a lot faster way to get with all your friends instead of having to go through the going down in the elevator, going through the lobby.
Roof access.
Is there? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
There's in the elevator. I went up there. There's a roof. Now there's no like.
I mean, you can literally go into the lobby.
You mean the terrapin? Land on the rooftop and pick up your buddies?
So for anyone who doesn't know, at Area 18 ArcCorp, there is the IO North Tower, the tallest tower on the planet. There you can go into the lobby and you can go onto the second floor because there's shops there, and there's trading terminals there. But there's no elevator. The elevator doesn't take you to the roof where there's a landing pad that you can land on. We've done so several hundred times. It's like that would be super convenient.
I'd like to see that on like all the different habs on the different planets is have that roof landing option to be able to pick up a friend and sit like you're saying,
It's great because this way only one person has to go take the train to go to the spaceport, and then the rest of the guys can just wait on the roof to get picked up.
Yep. I hope you're listening, CIG.
Like I said, the day
which, by the way, is extremely realistic to how things here are in New York. Like, you park the car like 2 blocks away. Okay, I'll go get the car. You guys stay here, and I'll come by and pick you up. Like, that's how it works in real life. So.
Yeah, we need that kind of shit.
Here, I'm going to drop you off. You guys go get the seats. I'll go find a parking spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Literally that.
Hey, I'm gonna go park the car. You guys go and start robbing the bank, and I'll be by in a minute.
Yeah.
What?
Anywho, those were my 2 questions about Horizon that had popped up from watching the videos. Was could I get a Star Runner model, and could I jump into somebody's ship off the railing?
That reminds me. So I believe
didn't do
with
it.
314.
Yes, you did. Don't lie.
They have the Hercules variants in game in the stores to go and buy from the ship stores. I believe it's Area 18. I want
They're
to say.
split. There's one in 18, and I think there's one. It's either Hurston or New Babbage. I don't remember
Okay.
which.
Well, New Babbage doesn't have a ship store, so it's gotta be
Oh,
Hurston.
okay, then it's Hurston then.
Which is annoying as hell, by the way.
I really hope with Horizon version 2 that they add a ship store. They've already got ship rentals there, but I want a ship store there.
You'd think, given that it's the headquarters
What?
of Crusader Industries, one of the biggest
Exactly.
ship manufacturers in the entire game.
Right, but they might only offer Crusader line.
Yeah, that would
They'd
make
be fine with that.
Honestly, as long as they're a discounted price compared to everywhere else, why not?
Yeah.
And maybe like a subcontract with one other or two others that are like.
Yeah, they're like, okay, hey, Origin, you've paid us X amount of cash. Fine, we'll offer a couple. We'll offer the 300 series here.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to see like Drake, because to me that would just totally clash with the mindsets of the company. Like,
no, it would. Lore wise, it wouldn't really fit. So
yeah, it'd be like Origin. Yes, your products are of roughly the same quality and style and aesthetic. Aesthetically pleasing. So yes, you can have a booth in our ship sales area. But Drake,
that being said, they could. I mean, we don't.
I can also say like Argo. Hey, Argo Astronomics.
Drake for its versatility and utility.
True.
And Origin can go fuck itself. We don't know.
True. But still,
they might be like, hey, Caterpillar.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like maybe I can see Argo also being sold there because of like they're like that bright orange industrial look. But exactly, like it's that industrial part which Crusader does do a lot of.
Absolutely.
Oh, speaking of which, one other question I had. Did anyone notice a major change in the color palette as the time of day changed at Horizon, or did it seem to stay rather consistent? Because the reason I'm asking this is I noticed most of the videos that I've seen, there seems to be a lot of red and pink and orange, and I'm just wondering if that's normal, or does it actually change into like some blues and yellows?
It didn't look that way when I visited it. Now I've been there a couple of times, and all the times I was there, it was kind of like midday or like morning. So it never really had. I never noticed any like huge. Like I mean, obviously, like the clouds, the atmosphere has a red tint to it, but I didn't notice anything like walking around that like that it was like painfully obvious or anything like that. Now that being said, once sunset hits, I'm expecting it to get very, very red, very orange.
It's more of a pink than a red orange.
Yeah.
So the clouds that are directly underneath Horizon are pink during the day.
Okay.
They had the pinkish hue because the two colors of Crusader are like pink and white.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. Just curious if there's that kind of gradual, shift in, shift out as the sun rotates.
So I've not been there.
No, the sun doesn't rotate. The planet rotates.
The planet rotates. Sorry. Yeah.
And potato.
But it's actually the rotation. I don't think is very fast either. It's pretty slow.
I'm gonna become
it's a gas giant, so that makes sense.
A flat Stantoner or a flat Crusader. I'm a flat Crusader. I believe Crusader's flat.
I was there at night, and you can't see any pink colors during night except for the trees.
Okay.
Horizon it's a gorgeous landing zone. It is the best landing zone they've designed by far.
It is very. It had, because of like the cherry blossom trees, it almost has like an oriental feel to it slightly. Yeah. But it is visually the best landing. Now I will say New Babbage comes close, but Origin is still in a league of its own.
I'm curious if I'm the only one. Does anyone else get a sense from just the dress style of the Crusader series? Whenever I see all those,
some of their clothes,
to me, I get the impression of like Mormonism, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory or negative way in
Yeah.
any way, shape, or form. I just
Yes.
mean it as a conservative style.
Well, some of their outfits definitely
Mm.
have like an 18th century feel to them.
Okay.
I thought they were going for like a 1950s vibe.
They said
Yeah.
1950s
That's what they
Americana
said,
to
but I
quote
don't
them.
get it.
To quote
I don't
them,
get
it's
that.
1950s Americana, but when I look at it, I think, yeah, like, colonialism type
Yeah.
era
I get
clothing.
like the Victorian age.
Yeah.
Maybe. Although I will note, like, everything is still very much like suits and pants and ties and that kind of stuff, which
Yeah.
is more of the 1950s vibe. Now, they might add more and different clothes with Horizon version 2, because we're getting a whole nother round of shops and shit there. So,
Yeah.
what
I
we've
guess
got
what I
now
was
might
saying
not
was like
be.
seemed kind of like have frills and lace and cummerbunds, which seem odd. But that was just me. I was just curious.
Hmm.
I'm out here in left field, hanging out by myself. I got a club. It's me. Anywho,
That is for all the Star Citizen news this week.
Question for I guess Data Machine, because he's actually been playing. Did you have to go through any kind of major overhauls of your controls for the new
Yes.
because of all the combat system stuff?
So it's not a major overhaul. I copy pasted my 313 binds into 314, but there are some buttons that you're going to have to set up. They changed the buttons for the scanning mode, and they
Okay.
changed the way that the ping system works. So tab
Yeah.
used to go into scan mode. Tab is now just a ping, and the buttons to increase or decrease that are period and comma.
Yep.
And then V next to B is the scanning mode toggle. And then that works like the old scanning mode kind of did, where the mouse cursor, but I'm not really sure how that functions. I'm going to do some research, but
Yeah.
that functions basically like scanning mode did, with just without the ping.
So was it that you had to move things around, or was it that you had to add more buttons?
There were a couple of conflicts that I had to change. I don't remember what they were specifically.
Okay.
But yeah, I had to do a little fiddling around to make it work correctly.
Gotcha.
Oh, missile
Yeah.
operator mode. That's the other one. Um, there's a button for missile operator mode to switch in and out of it
Yep. Middle mouse button is default.
by default. Yeah.
So, and the way that really works is I played around with that a little bit. Is that you tap your middle mouse button, so you click it in, it switches over, and you can see on your HUD. Normally, it has like on the right hand side ship weapons. That then switches to show your missiles. I believe it was showing. I didn't use it in actual comment here, but I believe it was saying like left mouse button click is how you go and start locking on and
cycle.
firing with the missile, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
right click switches what missile you've got. So if you've got multiple types, that's how you would switch.
So if you have a target selected already and you hit missile operator mode, as long as you're within the effective range of the missile, it'll automatically lock on.
What?
Oh, okay.
You don't have to push a button. As soon as you target it, it'll automatically lock it if you're in missile operator mode.
Okay.
So,
That's
by the
good.
way, on screen right now, I have a still of the new HUD, the new ship HUD, the building blocks template, and it's all right. I mean, I really have to get my hands on to actually like get a feel for it myself. To like, oh, is it good? Is it bad? Like, yeah, it looks nice, but how is it in practice? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's definitely a change that you kind of have to get used to.
I'm already
I think
seeing
it's
that
still
thrusters
too
is on
cluttered.
me.
I get what they're trying to do, but I still feel that the all that information that's out on the far right and left wings, that should be like along the bottom of the center. Because you think about like right now, okay, yeah, you have a good bit, and I'm looking at the screen that Mando has up. Everything that's in the center of the screen is fine, but any other ships that would be out on your right or your left are going to get caught up in that clutter. Whereas if you're to move and maybe just have a bar running along the top of the HUD,
definitely
along
the
top
case
of the MFDs, just underneath the bottom of the HUD, then that information would still be there, but it wouldn't visually be, covering up possible targets to the left or right.
It's definitely the case on the right side here with the weapons.
Yeah,
I think.
and we don't know what info would be showing up on the left.
Also,
Yeah,
and I see, Cam, what you were telling me earlier before the stream about the HUD elements for your hydrogen and quantum fuel being bars instead of like number stats.
There's no numbers there.
I don't like that,
like
and the
we
bars
need to have a
like
number
are
on
way
that.
too bright here. Like I'd rather have the numbers.
It would be pretty easy to implement a number there. There's plenty of space.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you
Well, I
don't
mean,
even have to
there's
change
a number
anything.
on the
You
back
don't even
end.
have to change anything. Literally, just add a little you have that add a little bar over the hydrogen and quantum, like a tiny one for each, and then have the numbers on top of the bar. There you go.
I would love for CIG to go have a sit down meeting with General Dynamics, because when they were creating the F-16 fighter, for people's historical knowledge, like up until that point, HUDs were kind of like just like whatever the company that built the plane thought should be on the HUD, that's what they got. And
here you go.
Yeah, and then General Dynamics, when they were creating the F-16, actually said they created a special team, and they said, we want to actually perfect the HUD for what the pilot wants. Not what we think he needs, but what the pilots want.
Need.
And they actually sent their team out and like sat down and interviewed pilots and said, what are the critical things that you're looking for? And they were, at this time, they were talking to like, this was Korean War and Vietnam aces, fighter pilots with combat experience. Like, what was it that you really focused on for information? What was missing from, the F4 Phantom that you wanted to see, that you wish you had? And the F-16 HUD is actually a amalgamation of all that stuff that they found. And there's if you look at a real F-16 HUD, there's actually not a whole lot of clutter, but there is a lot of information being provided just in different visual ways without the clutter. And I think that would be awesome if CIG gained just a little bit of that knowledge for all the ships.
No, absolutely.
Interesting enough, I don't know if you guys remember, but they were talking about the way they designed the HUD at the beginning. They hired the guy that did the HUD for one of the Iron Man movies.
Yeah,
He did the effects.
Which I was like, oh, that explains a lot.
It looks really cool on film.
Yep.
But when it makes absolutely no sense from a technical aspect. It doesn't.
Absolutely.
It doesn't work at all when you're trying to like see things.
Yep. Yeah, it was a visually appealing Hollywood version versus what would actually work in the real world. And when I heard that same thing, I was like, that explains so much about HUD in Star Citizen.
I'm gonna say this. There's a good video about, like, when I heard that just now, because this is the first I heard about that, where it's like, yeah, that does explain a lot, but also I'm not a fan of the Hollywood style, like, blue glowy hologram stuff all over the place, used for technology.
Well, we have to light up the actor's face so that you know it's the actor.
Right, like, and I'll admit, like, the Iron Man movies in the MCU were a great way of getting around the character constantly unmasking, which is what they would do in previous films for like Spider-Man and Batman. They always constantly take off the cowl or the mask because you have an actor there that they want their face to be seen and all that, and also need to show their face for marketing. So, like, that was a great way to kind of do that without actually having the character constantly unmask.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the HUD and stuff, like, there's a good video out there by I don't remember the video. But essentially going into how impractical and ridiculous, like, hologram UI is in Hollywood movies, and how like just overall just how blatantly stupid it is and how annoying it is. And I agree with this guy 100%. Like for Star Citizen, yeah, the mobiGlas thing it's cool, but look at all your controls in Star Citizen universe, like your console controls, your terminal controls, your ship flight controls. They're all tactile, real controls. Or some terminal controls are touchscreen, but that still provides a sense of, okay, you're interacting with a physical object.
Yeah.
Versus like holograms and shit, it's really stupid, and like you're not. And the reason they do it is because, as he says in the videos, like you just have your your actor just flailing their arms about, and then you add it in post, and no problem. He even demonstrates it in the video, like how he just flails his arms about and then makes it look like he's doing something.
Yeah.
Like with stock holographic imagery that you could not tell the difference between that and the movie. Like, there's no creativity in there, and that's part of the problem too. But yeah, it's like, sorry, I went on a tangent there. It's just like, yeah.
If you were in space, you would never want a helmet that had lights shining into your eyes from the side of the helmet.
No.
Yeah.
Even if you're not in space, you don't want that. Even here on Earth, you don't want it. I'm going to find that video now.
There's a lot that they need to do.
Having a HUD in your helmet, yeah, that's a good idea. But you don't want it to be super bright, where it's like if you're in a dark environment, it's harder to see because it's like when you're driving a car, you don't have the lights in the car on because it makes it difficult to see the road.
I have a question. Why do we have HUDs in our helmets? Why aren't we using a contact lens? And then it doesn't matter about a helmet.
Well, I mean, right now, technically speaking, I guess you could say we do, because now we just have at least for the chat, we've got it all the time now, which would mean we have a HUD all the time. So,
no, when you take your helmet off, you lose your chat.
Nope. They changed that a couple, like 1 or 2 patches ago.
Really?
That's
you
just
can even if you go.
Yeah, even in third person.
On the ship,
even in third person, you can.
Oh wow! Okay.
That's just gameplay hand waving though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but at the same point, like we do know mobiGlas contact lenses exist in the universe.
They're there in game. They're modeled.
Yeah,
in game.
they've got a physical model in game. Just the tech of them is not ready yet, but they've confirmed. Yeah, we're making them. Yeah, it's on the list, but.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yep, Mando. I found a better ship for you. Look in the chat there.
FSD, boys.
It's entirely made out of skeletons, crewed by skeletons.
Is that the Kraken 2?
Sure.
Yar, FSD, fuck boys.
Just imagine that. The ship is made out of skeletons, and it's crewed by skeletons.
What can go wrong? Isn't that, what's your face? Wasn't that, like, one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
What, Davy Jones?
No, the Black Pearl, the Disney Pirates of the Caribbean movies. They always had wasn't like they had a curse that made them all skeletons or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the ship itself wasn't made out of
skeletons. No, I'm just saying it was entirely crewed by skeletons because they all were effectively dead already.
You know, I can tell you one thing that could go wrong. Osteoporosis.
Only one? Only one?
Look, if they drink milk.
What buoyancy does a ship made of bones
have? Supplements every day.
We just went way out in left field.
Oh, why not? I mean, we don't really have any more Star Citizen news. So
I think we left the field behind.
I think that's the. I'm gonna try searching for that because I think that's the name of the video. Why you wouldn't use holograms? It's a really good video. So. Trying to find it. Like it was post. The guy made it post Star Trek Picard, so it's kind of like a Star Trek Picard review as well.
I will note when I was in Orson though, the FPS was pretty bad.
Yeah, I was seeing that on pretty much all the streams. Yeah, I mean, we're talking like streamers with like supercomputers for their stream decks.
Well,
where
the
just
streamers,
everybody was taking hits.
Yeah, well,
like,
a lot of streamers, the way to do it is they have a separate computer for streaming, and then they have the computer to run the game.
Right. I'm just saying, like in general, some of these people have a lot of money into their computer, so that we're talking, big computers.
They aren't your average gamer kind of rig.
Yeah, and they were averaging, I think, like 30 was the highest I saw, and that was somebody who had like a huge computer versus the average was 15.
Yeah, I mean, I got a full tower. I got a full tower here, and it's a pretty beefy computer, but I mean, it's the only computer I have. I don't have a dedicated streaming computer and all that. I do everything on this one computer.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll say that my performance in Orison was about the same as I get in New Babbage and Hardcore.
Really? I found it to be a lot
worse. Which is about 15 to 17 frames.
Oh, so you're not saying it's good. You're just saying yours sucks at all the places like me.
I was just saying that Orison isn't any worse than any of the other landing zones for me.
Gotcha.
It's about the same.
I can't even go to New Babbage.
Oddly enough.
Really? I have no problem with New Babbage.
New Babbage,
I don't have many problems either.
The layout when you come out of the Habs is a little bit different. There used to be a stairway that went straight down to the Habs. That's now a path that goes directly into the hospital, and the stairwell is off to either side now. And since they've made that change, my performance coming out of the Hab is amazing. And also my performance in Loreville was really good. Maybe just because nobody else was there, but the server was full and my performance was, I was getting like 30 frames there. Usually it's tanking down to like 15 to 17.
Now, when you were over there, did you at all? Because one of the things with 315, where we're getting the health systems coming in, with the hospitals, they were saying like, hey, if your buddy gets down, or you just come across someone who's down, you don't have any kind of medical equipment, you can go and throw them on your ship, fly over to a hospital, and then you drag them to like an emergency pickup area, and then they'll go and take, the NPCs take it from there, the systems take it from there. Did you see that like drop off point at all? Because I thought I saw like some stuff marked on like the inside, but I didn't see any place to actually like take someone from outside to inside.
Honestly, I was just there to buy some guns, so I didn't spend a lot of time looking around in the hospital.
I was there to hurt people, not heal them.
I was just impressed with the performance coming out because it felt like a normal game instead of a slideshow.
Yeah, I average like 4.5 frames in New Babbage, and the minute I get out, I enter the racetrack area of the Commons, the game crashes every single time. And we're talking like I've tried it 15, 20 times.
Have you tried running it at 600 by 400 resolution?
That I have not tried to do, but I don't think I want to play the game at that resolution. Yeah.
Should. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Cheeky, bleaky, cheeky, bleaky.
But I'm also on an old school laptop that I'm basically waiting for
that was obviously mistake number one.
Yeah. But I mean, back in the day when I got the laptop, it was perfectly good for running Star Citizen. But now I'm just waiting for the computer meltdown of 2021 to be over with, so I can actually build a proper computer.
What about the computer meltdown of 2022?
Then I'll be waiting for 2023.
What about the computer meltdown of 2023?
Please no. Please no.
Honestly, I'm expecting like at least for like GPUs, I'm expecting it's gonna be probably a year to a year and a half before things really stabilize out, if they ever do.
Well,
There might just be a new normal.
GPU prices are starting to come down because stock is starting to come back up.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
Also, if you're going to build a computer, and I can't stress this enough, do not build a computer right now only for Star Citizen, because
Yeah.
by the time Star Citizen releases,
Oh God.
the goalpost is going to change again.
Yeah.
But
It's
if you want
constantly
to build a
changing.
computer that can
Mhm.
run better, it's more CPU bound than GPU bound. So your
Yeah.
CPU matters more than your GPU does.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not. I
And
would
RAM.
not.
Lots and lots of RAM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too.
So I was just about
Really,
maxing out
for
my
Star
RAM at
Citizen,
Coruscant.
the things you need are CPU and RAM more than graphics card
And SSDs.
and SSDs.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
no, I shouldn't say more than graphics card. For your graphics card, it's not that you need the best graphics card like your 3080 whatever. No, you need is a graphics card with good memory on it. So
Yeah.
like 4 or more gigs on the card. The more gigs on your card, the better your you'll be. I'm running on a GTX 970.
Yeah. My
Mhm.
limitation is the CPU, because I have. I mean, while I don't have the greatest graph GPU, it has 8 gigs of memory just for it. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay, but where I'm really seeing the bottleneck is in the CPU.
Yeah. I think you want about 6 cores, 12 threads minimum.
Have you tried downloading more RAM?
Yes, I went and got that with the bucket of prop wash.
Oh. Did you find
Kinky.
any blinker fluid while you were out there? Because I'm running low.
No, but let me go search. Hold on and wait until I come back.
5 years later.
Sorry, military humor creeping in there.
Hey, can you pick up my Humvee keys while you're there too?
Yeah. Go get the keys for the M2 Bradley. Anywho. But yeah, I'm just waiting. And then once I see that prices in general are coming down, then I'm going to start piecing together a good idea. But I'm purposely not spending any time delving into it right now. It's simply because of what you were talking about, data machine. Like, specs are going to be changing consistently. So I figure I'm just going to wait until I hear like the community in general going, okay, things are reasonable, and then I'll dive in at that point and go, okay, what's working and what's not working, kind of a thing, to
I don't
get
know
a
if this
reasonable
is
computer.
still the case, but I think they were listing the minimum specs, still saying that a hard drive, like a regular hard
Oh
drive.
wow.
I need to look at that again. but that
Let's
needs to be
let's
updated.
check the minimum specs
Yeah.
right now.
You absolutely need an SSD.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want to play it effectively, yes. If you just want to be for minimum spec, a hard drive will do it. It's gonna be painful.
Let's get Bacterium in here, and he can explain to us his
Oh
gaming
God,
experience.
no, poor
Because
Bacteria.
that guy, we used to have to like walk him along because he couldn't see anything graphically,
Yeah.
and we'd be like, "Do not take another step, or you'll fall off the mountain." He's like, "What mountain?"
Okay,
know,
so here are the minimum specs. Windows 8 and Windows 10. DirectX 11 graphics card with at least 3 gigs, though they recommend 4. Thankfully my card has like 6 or something. I don't know, something crazy. Quad core CPU and SSD. Doesn't even mention an HDD anymore. It says SSD
Okay.
and 16 gigs of
Okay.
RAM and 16 gigs of RAM or more.
I'm considering going up to 64 at some point.
I'm at 32 already, but I'm also on DDR3, so
I mean, I'm on DDR4, but
yeah. Which, by the way, if you're getting only 16 gigs of RAM, get DDR4. Don't get because DDR3 16 gigs of RAM will not cut it. DDR4 will.
Well, if You can say that, but if you get DDR4, you're gonna have to change your motherboard because DDR3 and DDR4 do not.
I know.
go into the same-
Yeah. But also, DDR3 is so old at this point. Like,
Yeah, it is really old.
like DDR4. When I built my machine, DDR4 just came out. Like, it was brand new and super expensive. Like, and not every company was making chips yet.
You know, it's almost like they need a somebody to put together like a YouTube of like, these are the computer specs that you should be looking at to get.
Well, you know,
play
they
Star
do
Citizen.
have.
Maybe
do
those
have their
guys could be
performance
us.
chart. They have
Yeah,
their performance chart that you can look at and see what build or what hardware people have that are getting the best frames.
but it doesn't tell you the things like you guys were just talking about. Like, don't do DDR3 because of this.
Oh,
Do
that,
you know
yeah.
all those kind of things is what I'm getting at. I mean,
Well,
it's easy to
computer
just go,
hardware is a rabbit
yeah.
hole in and of itself.
Yeah. What's the best car? What car should I buy?
Yeah.
Depends on what you're
Well,
using
what
it
are you trying
for.
to do? Yeah.
Depends on
You
what you're
mean
using it
now
I'm
for.
just
or
saying,
in
if
6 weeks?
somebody did that for Star Citizen, might be helpful.
Oh, I
think
found.
there
By the
is
way,
some
I found the
reviews.
video. The video is called "The Awful Holograms in Star Trek Picard." For anyone that's curious, I do recommend it. It's a good video. But
Yeah.
so finally
Clutter.
move on from that topic. Yeah, no, definitely maybe something we can look into, making a short little, like, I don't know,
How to?
10-minute video at most about, like, you know, okay, getting
2
these
hours later.
what's building a computer for Star Citizen, that type of thing. Could be worth it.
Episode 49.
It'll end up being like one video turned into like a 40-episode series of building a computer for Star Citizen.
Yeah.
That's constantly changing. That's part of the thing is that
So
you know,
first,
it's an alpha that's
online.
it's currently in development. So
It would be interesting to see something about like connectivity as well, because I know that there's people out there like, I don't know if my router can handle, like, you know, the information back and forth, like, you know, what different router systems work better,
right, and then
all those little nuances that don't normally get picked up on.
right, and then you also have the internet connection, internet speed, that sort of thing.
Yep. I think the most spoiled I've ever been with internet was one time when I lived in San Diego. I lived 1 block away from like the main router hub for my service, and I got such like literally there was no wait. Like, it didn't matter what page I loaded, it just instantly was open. Yeah, and that spoiled me, definitely.
I know at college, I think I had on Wi-Fi, I was getting about 25 megabytes, so not megabits, megabytes
Nice.
download.
Yeah.
And that was this
few.
was back in the day when Star Citizen did not have the Delta patcher, so you had to re-download the entire
game
So it was
each
like,
time.
yeah.
Oh my
30
god!
gigs, no problem. Half an hour later, I'm done.
Yeah.
I remember it used
I
to
remember
take
spending 4 hours to download.
the first few times I downloaded the game back then, it would take up to 4 hours. I finally managed, like, I got my internet improved, and it would take at most 2 hours eventually, and then I think like at most 2 hours, and then eventually the Delta patcher took like 30 minutes maximum.
Yeah.
Depending on how big the file was, like if it's like a 30 gig download, yeah. If it's like okay, it's only 7 gigs or something, it's done in 10 minutes, no problem.
Yep.
Man, we've really come a long way with this game. Like, by the way, for people that say this game's a scam, it is the worst run scam in history.
I honestly think it's that thing where, if you follow the game constantly, you've basically got your nose pressed up against the glass, and you don't notice those you don't notice the changes because they're all happening right in front of your face, but it seems so slow. But when you take a step back and you think about what the game was 2 years ago and what the game is now, then it kind of starts blowing your mind, and you're like,
yeah,
this is amazing what we have.
I always say this, and it's true. This is the only game out there right now that's being truly innovative.
Yeah.
It's
And
actually breaking new ground.
It's actually, there's actually a good series I just started watching. There's an Elite Dangerous player. She's a female from, like, I think she's from I can't think of the county, but it's Southern England. They have a kind of quirky accent. But anyways, she's an elite commander, but her series is an elite commander's new experience to Star Citizen, and she is hitting the nail on the head, because, like, when I'm watching her experience things that we take for granted, her mind's just blown. Like,
so you're re-experiencing things for the first time through her.
Yeah, like, she did the whole thing where she literally, like, woke up in a hab, figured out how to get outside the front door, and she walks out on one of the pads at Olisar and is just looking around at, like, space, and just like, oh my god.
So that takes me back to like 2.4.
But
right.
just the fact that you can get in a spaceship with Frontier Development said they were going to do that with Elite, and they aren't now.
The first time I ever did that in Star Citizen.
You know, if you're feeling down and out about Star Citizen at all, go watch her videos. And she's only got like 6 episodes right now, but they're only about 20 minutes long. But each one is like her developing a new step of knowledge in Star Citizen, and you get to relive kind of that experience, and you see what the game actually is for anyone who hasn't had their nose pressed up against the glass for the past 5 years.
Us.
Yeah. It's really good. If I could figure out what her name is, I'd provide it. But
I'm sure I'm definitely gonna find it later, and I'll like send it to you. Like, oh, here's this it. And but yeah, this, like, I remember the first time you went into a ship in Star Citizen, like, whether you know, regardless of what year you backed or whatever, like, the first time you walked inside your ship in Star Citizen, whether it's an Aurora or a Mustang or, you know, like a Constellation or something, like, you just walk in, go, I'm inside a space, like, I'm in space inside a spaceship in a video game and it feels real almost. It was a surreal experience when I first did it, and like, this is exactly what I wanted in a video game all my life, and now it's here. So, and it's getting better and better.
Unlike a lot of video games.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, seriously, how many games out there is like, I was like, hey, we made these changes, and everyone's like, hey, what the fuck?
Especially since, and that's the AAA gaming industry for you, where it's like, oh, look, we're being innovative. We got new features. Turns out they're actually features that were in the game 10 years ago or whatever years ago, but they removed them, and then they brought them back, and it's quote-unquote innovative and new. But it's not. It's just rehashing old ideas that they scrapped and brought back. The problem with that is, it's kind of like, okay, so we're never going to move on, we're never going to advance or evolve the technology or evolve anything other than the graphics. Nothing's getting better. It's just stagnating in the worst possible way. It's not like, and what I mean by that is, like, there's 2 different kinds of stagnation. One is just a steady stagnation, like nothing ever changes. And another is things get worse only to get back to where they were, to then get worse to get back to where they were. And that is worse because, you know, it's like, okay, so there's periods of utter crap, and then you have something that would have been, okay, it's the same as like something 5 years ago, whatever, it's mediocre, nothing new, nothing impressive, but because you only had crap for a while, the quality bar has been reset and everyone thinks it's the best thing ever. And I don't like that. Because how are you supposed to improve on anything? Just
got it. Commanders Will and Kate.
Oh, you finally found the video?
Yep. And it's Star Citizen, an Elite Commander Initial Impressions. Day 1 is episode 1. It's like 12 minutes long. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's alright. Glad you found the video now. It's supposed to like 3 hours from now.
Yeah.
I was fully expecting like 3 hours from now, like, you're gonna, like, I'm gonna get a message from you saying, hey, I found the video.
By then I would have forgotten.
True. Like I even on screen right now, I recorded footage. I was bored one day, and I just recorded footage of me simply taking off from Port Tressler, and no quantum travel or anything, just flying, old school flying down to the surface of Microtech and landing. Like no fast travel, no quantum travel type stuff, no, just taking my time, flying around, enjoying the sights.
Well, I helped out a newbie like last week or something like that, and I think they were having some ship trouble or something, so I picked them up at New Babbage, and then I flew them up to Port Kessler, and just for giggles, I didn't quantum travel. Normally, I would just quantum travel up as soon as I get out of the lower atmosphere. But I was like, I'll just go and just fly out there, and they were like, "Whoa, you mean we can just like fly straight over?" Like, yep.
See this sandbox? It goes all the way out to those stars.
It's just crazy. Like you have a planet. Here you go. Here's a planet. You can go everywhere on it. There's nowhere on it that you cannot go.
No loading screens.
Except that one place. You can't go there.
That's my place. Stay off my lawn.
Don't go there.
Yeah, that's my place. Stay off my lawn, kid. No, but except and that's the view. Like in the Crusader, like your ship can't go after a certain depth because it's a gas giant. The gravity would just crush you. But science aside,
the physical mechanics of the game actually kill you, not that you can't go there.
Yeah, it's actual the game simulating real world physics. That kills you, not invisible kill barrier because they don't want you to go there. Type thing.
Or going to the sun, but that actually doesn't kill you yet.
No.
Yeah.
By the way, there's some players did that. Like, I've tried doing that once. Like, it's crazy. I remember Data when we had a few months ago. We had a quantum travel bug. We weren't able to quantum travel at all. So I'm like, screw it. I'm gonna fly from All-Star to Selin. 3 hours later, I'm like a fifth of the way there. Like not a fifth of the way there. Like I've traveled a fifth of the journey.
Like 3 weeks ago, there was actually a community that they actually traveled to the sun, and
I think Board Gamer did a video on it.
Is about it's something like 2 million kilometers off from the physical center of the Stanton system. And it took them 2 weeks of actual flight to get there. And they did it as a team. So like one guy would just sit there, he'd hit full cruise forward, put himself in decoupled mode and just fly. And then when he got to the end of his session, he'd basically call someone up. They would beacon out to him, and then they would take off from that point and keep doing it. They just kept doing that for 2 weeks.
And they didn't have a single 30K? Bullshit.
No, they did, and they had to reset.
And
start over. But they finally did it, and their total elapsed time, minus the resets, the actual travel time they calculated was 2 weeks of flying time to get to the center of the sun.
It's just it's crazy, and that's the thing is you don't like. And that's the beauty of it is, you have quantum travel to make it so you can travel from planet to planet instantaneously. It'll take a minute or two, but it's a minute or two over, like 12 hours or 36 hours or 22 days.
Days or weeks.
But the thing is, you can fly that distance if you want to.
Yep, I got my Carrack, I'm fully loaded, and I'm going.
Like,
3 months later, I'm there, finally!
That's when you need the Endeavor, because then you have the farming module to keep feeding yourself as you're...
And the hospital module to keep... and the hangar module if need be, for, comers and goers and stuff.
But I love the fact that I know that somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to try to fly from one system to the other without a wormhole, just to see if it can be done. And I heard somewhere that
30 years later,
devs already calculated out. It was going to take years.
Of course it is. Unlike a lot of other franchises, in a lot of other franchises, usually traveling from one star system to another, in say like Halo or Star Trek, they're usually just like, okay, it's essentially just a faster movement speed. But with Star Citizen, you're using wormholes to get from one star system to another. Wormholes can be anything from like, okay, it's 2 light years to, okay, this wormhole bridges a gap of 3 trillion light years.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing about wormholes. It can be, like, the distance can be any number. Any number, pick a number. Like, it can gap a distance between A and B. You don't know how long that distance is, and that's the cool part about that. Well,
I just like that the opportunity is there for players to basically, like, you want to do it? Do it.
Your funeral.
Yep.
But that's another. Here's another.
That's what your gameplay is.
Yeah. And here's another fun thing to know. Like, okay, Crusader to Microtech in the Stanton system in Star Citizen. Crusader to Microtech is roughly the same distance as Mercury to the Sun. In the solar system here in Sol.
And interesting enough, the Stanton system is one of the smaller.
It is one of the smallest star systems in the game.
Yeah.
Ranging at like 6 astronomical units.
There's like 3 or 4 times the size or the distance.
I think the smallest star system is like 3.
Gonna have to have a new quantum drive because you can barely get across this system.
I know, no. Yeah, they'll have to eventually change it.
Well, that's why they're working so hard to get ship-to-ship refueling working, because there's a good chance that you're going to have people out there refueling ships because you just won't be able to make it from station to station.
Hello to my Vulcan. Yes, for you, my friend. Special discount. Only 5 million credits.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, no worries. I'll just leave and you can go and try to find someone else. Bye.
I am going to say this. That is one of those situations where I will hire an AI to fly my Vulcan and make money for me while I do something else.
Right, do something more interesting.
I don't want you to actually fly. You just sit here in this ship at this point in space, and anyone who comes by, provide fuel.
You're gonna come back to that. You're gonna come back to that Vulcan with a skeleton inside it.
Yep. And I'll have another AI in the back seat with me to replace him.
He's gonna eat him to survive.
Like, all you're here to do is press this button that pumps fuel. That's all I'm paying you to do.
Okay,
you don't even have to turn the ship on.
Plug it in, plug it in.
Yeah, so the Stanton system is 5. Sorry, I said 6. It's 5 astronomical units. Still on the lower side in this game.
Which we figured out a couple of sessions ago. Like, the real world Sol system is what, 55 or no?
50. 80? I think we said 50. Yeah, 53 or 58. In the game, it says 51.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, 51. But I think in reality, it's like 58.
But that gives you perspective of the size of Stanton system versus our real world system.
Like, let's take a look. Pyro's the next star system we're gonna get. So let's take a look. It's 13. That's more than double what Stanton is.
Yeah.
But that's also a lot of gameplay area.
Yeah.
A lot of things to go wrong and have fun in.
And as we mentioned before, jump points, which would allow you to travel from one star system to another. There will eventually be a gameplay mechanic, especially for the Carrack, where you can look for new jump points. Again, and discover new jump points in systems. Therefore, creating new locations of interest. Where the hell's the
So, do you guys think that there's going to be, because we have the star map and it shows which systems are connected to each other? Excuse me, to each other.
Right.
Do you think we're going to start seeing other connections that are not on the chart? So, in other words, like right now, it shows a connection from Stanton to Pyro, and then Pyro to what's the next one over?
Nyx.
Nyx.
Yeah, there.
but we don't see a connection from Stanton directly to Nick. So do you think we'll see things like that?
No. Maybe, or maybe that'll be part of the exploration.
Like that.
Maybe that'll be part of the exploration.
I would say that's probably permanent stuff, but we could very likely see them going, "Hey, for a short time, because of some whatever, you now have a temporary connection from this system to this system."
Think that episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where they had the wormhole episode, where it's like this species was offering this wormhole for like it was like a bidding thing. All these different organizations came to bid for this wormhole because it went to a different quadrant of the galaxy, and it turned out that the wormhole moved. It was only there temporarily.
I have.
Sorry, I was going to say that when I fully expect them to create jump points that are temporary that'll go to different places. I don't necessarily know whether they'll connect different areas together.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past them that they might. If they did that, I don't think that they would show up on the star map, because that's something someone is going to have to discover.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
No, that's
that's what I said. Like it has to. It's going to have to tie in with. Yeah, it'll tie in with the exploration gameplay.
What it would connect to. But then here's another follow-on question that I just thought of. So all these known connections have these big, huge, ginormous, bazillion-dollar Stargate controls, right?
Yeah.
So if we find wormholes, do those just magically appear at once we've found those wormholes? Or
no, it's a good point.
Do they have to be built, and how long does it take to build them?
What if they look like this?
Flown out there, and how do they get flown out there?
Yeah,
Are they dismantled
and read like a. I assume it would be like a company that would come out and construct those, or like the UEE would go.
I guess it would depend on if it's a temporary or like if you discover a new permanent one, because they have this visual here on the star map.
Temporary ones that were locked down.
I don't think you're going to find other permanent ones.
Yeah, I doubt that would happen.
Gameplay point. I think they're going to be temporary, and I don't know how the gameplay is going to work with how you open them or traverse them, because all we know is what we've seen from Citizen Con, and that
was a pre-established permanent jump point.
At this point.
Yeah,
I'm all for those gates being literally like traffic signs, whereas you can disregard and try and go through the hole on your own. You're suffering whatever consequences for that, but in other words, you don't need a gate in order to be able to use a wormhole, but it makes it a lot safer by regulating the traffic.
I mean, part of the draw with the exploration is that you're going to have to map where it goes. So, I mean, someone's going to have to fly in there and figure out how to...
Yeah.
And figure out where the hell they are.
Welcome to the Vandal homeworld.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
And you're in your was it your Razor?
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to Vanguard. It's completely owned by Vandal.
They'll likely have some special equipment that you have to open it. I don't know, but
you mean a jump drive?
Here's a list of all the Vandal systems.
Last we saw Dave, he was on a cyclone and went in the wormhole.
you come out of you come out.
You hear incoherent screaming through the comm system.
All the Vandal are dead, and there's just an empty cyclone parked on their corpses.
Go to the Vulture system, and you go to one of the planets here. And all of a sudden, you see on a mountain on one of the planets, there's a cyclone, and a guy triumphantly standing on the cyclone with a beheaded Vandal.
Doing the Captain Morgan stance with a beheaded.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the gameplay I'm looking for. It's just adventuring of let's figure out what the stuff can do.
This is kind of the ultimate make your own adventure game.
Well, I say that just because I think there's a lot of people who seem to be I want to go and do space combat. I want PvP. And I'm like, that's great. But to me, it's
Yeah.
that adventure shit that's what I want.
Like,
That's
yeah,
gonna
we're
be
all
what
lighting
builds
up
the
like
game
crazy
out.
right now with just the idea of like, okay, we can do this adventure and this adventure, and we go here, or we send Bob out and pull this prank on him and lock him in this system, and he's just
Well, I was gonna say with these like temporary jump points too. It's like, hey, you go through there, you come back a day later, that jump point might be gone.
yeah,
You're
Yeah.
not
and you're
halfway across the
completely
galaxy.
fine.
Yeah. No, that's
can
it.
you imagine
They're-
it, like,
halfway across the galaxy?
I was about to say, like, yeah, you can still get there, but you have to go through 7 other jump points in order to get back, and say like you're in you started off in Stanton, but now you're in some Geon star system across the map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
absolutely.
already in lore because they've got those system. I know of at least one. I think there's 2 that are referenced. That the gates actually closed and no one's been back there for hundreds of years because it takes too long to travel.
Yeah.
And so they're just like, well, that system is lost. We know that it was inhabited by humans, but we don't know what happened to them because
I
no
don't
one's
remember
been
which
back
system
there.
that is. You're absolutely right. Just don't remember what system it is, and it's kind of
Yeah.
like, I'm at the star map. I'm like, do I just go through every system right now, or do I take it,
No,
or
it's
do I
in the
follow
star map.
humanity's example and
Just
not look for
Look
it?
for the one that doesn't have any connections to it.
Well, that's all the Van Duel ones over here. There's like 7
No.
of them.
It's not a Van Duel system though. It's a human or it's a
Oh, there's a Geon one with no.
non-alien. It's a
there's-
non-alien system.
Okay. So let's
But
light
anyways,
up. Let's light up only human
I'm just
systems.
saying the lore is there for what you guys are talking about. Where like, hey, you found that wormhole yesterday, and you came back with all your equipment
Aha!
ready to go through, and it's gone. It's not there anymore.
Yep, found it. The Cabal star system.
There you go.
No jump points connect. Well, at least no jump points connecting it to other human systems. Let's find out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Or okay, there's one jump point connecting it to the Lear system. So maybe it's not Cabal. It's
No.
information. Yeah, no, it's still an active system. So it's not Cabal. Where the hell?
Let's see. I'll do the Google.
Are we sure it's a human, like a UEE system, or is it a
Yes, because they
unclaimed?
talked about the fact that like they knew that the wormhole was starting to act funny, and like people were talking about it, like, hey, we need to do something, and they started to pull out, and then boom, it was gone, and they're like, we got family there, and they're like, well, you can get in a ship and fly for 200 years, to say hi to them.
And that's the thing is like, yeah, cryo sleep, cryogenic stasis is a thing in Star Citizen, but yeah, it'll be like nothing for you.
Well, the people you're
but the
gonna go
people you're
try
going
and
to
steer
rescue
gone.
will be long dead by the time you get there.
I'm just doing what's the proper term for it? Is it wormhole?
Jump point.
Jump point.
Yeah, potato.
I mean, yeah, it's the same thing. Just they call them jump points because it sounds science-y or sci-fi,
system?
whatever. The what?
I don't know. I'm trying to read it right now. Okay, blah blah. I'm reading it before I tell you yes or no.
Okay.
Yes and no.
Okay, yes, Orantani system.
Oh,
Orantani
that's
system is remembered more as a legend and a reality discovered during the halcyon days of our expansion of the stars. The system shocked humanity after the only jump point connecting it to known universe collapsed and never reformed.
It's an unclaimed system, that's why.
Marooned thousands of settlers. To this day, despite many hypotheses, the truth of their fate has yet to be learned.
How long ago was that in lore?
The 25th century. I think the 25th century.
Yeah, it doesn't give it. I'm not seeing an.
We're currently, and for anyone curious, Star Citizen right now, because the date, it's the 30th century, 2950. So
Damn.
somewhere in the
500 years.
Yeah. Discovered in 25th century. So Does it say when the jump point closed in the article you were reading?
It says on April 11th, 2485.
So also 25th century. Okay.
2 days after. So yeah, on that date,
So
the jump point collapsed.
it was discovered and then effectively killed during within the 25th century. So yeah, damn, 500 years.
Which also means too, you could again theoretically have these fuckers pop in and be like, "Hi guys, we're home." Their descendants. It'd be hilarious if
500
it's
years
like
they could have
during.
built their own society out there.
Yeah, no, I'd be surprised if they hadn't.
It's 500 years. They better have.
I
mean,
and
assuming
especially if you've
they
got
survive.
thousands of people, you've got a relatively stable gene pool out there. As long as you had some kind of industry that you could self-sustain yourself with, boom, there you go.
According to Star Map lore here, it's discovered during the expansionist era of the 25th century. Oratani was just one of many systems that were being processed when the unthinkable happened. Jump point into the system collapsed. Thousands of terraformers and their families were suddenly cut off from the rest of humanity. Scientists spent decades looking for a way to reopen the jump point or find another route in, but hope began to wane until it disappeared entirely. It's unknown if there are still any survivors after this time. Well, if this system's going to be made in the game, there better be a freaking way to get into it.
Well, here in this lore post, it says, to this day, the UAE government maintains an array of sensors and has pathfinders patrolling that sector of the Farron in the hopes that the jump point will reopen. Centuries later, there is still no good news to report. Blah, 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 blah.
The fact that they're keeping shit out there.
Yep.
It's like, hey, we can't do much, but we're going to fucking try.
Yeah. So, and it even says that experience actually stopped the expansion because it was like all of a sudden,
because
went, oh shit,
24th, 24, what was it, from like 23 to 25? No, sorry, 23 to 2400s. In the Star Citizen lore, they were like, expanding like crazy. That was like the human colonization era, so space colonization.
Yeah.
Like almost half the star systems were discovered in like a span of 2 months.
But then it helps explain why suddenly there was a slowdown in the expansion, and we haven't spread out everywhere, is because something like that makes humanity kind of go, I don't think I want to travel out there and habitate another planet and be cut off from the rest of the society forever.
I mean, that's a pretty good scare to kind of go like, you know what? Maybe this isn't as great as we're making it out to be.
This backyard looks pretty green. I think I'm going to stick to it. But yeah, I'm excited.
But it also makes you think like
kind of gameplay of just adventure.
So according to the ARC database, which is what the star map in the lore, essentially pulls the data from, all of this data is outdated. Because this is all information that was taken from the original survey of this system before they pulled out.
There, I threw the link that I was looking at in our Discord chat.
So none of the planets in the system are, well, not none. I'm checking if the last planet. Yeah, none of them are habitable. They were sent to terraform the planet so they would be. So. Supposedly,
but on a positive note, they get to tell themselves what the heck they're going to do. Nobody else can tell them no.
Oratani 3 was a potential terraforming candidate. Odds are they probably had to terraform it just out of necessity of we need a place to live.
Yep.
So you're saying they're a bunch of heretics, huh?
So they're either a giant hippie commune and all love and peace, or it's a complete and total dictatorship, I guess.
Space Nazis?
Or they're just a bunch of skeletons floating around.
That too.
That too.
I would still love it if it's like they go and they're like, okay, we're gonna go, and because from their perspective, they've been cut off from everything. It's just them. So like, okay, we're gonna go and all of our best scientists. Once we've got basic industry, basic agriculture up to the point where we're sustainable, we're just gonna work on a new form of jump drive that, or like a new form of quantum drive that can go the distance.
Oh, I got an idea. They're the threat that are pushing the Vandal out of their zone.
That'd be hilarious. That'd be hilarious.
That would be awesome.
Badass technology, and they're just wiping the slate clean.
They created the Vandal. No,
funny if it's like the UEE is like on the ropes with the Vandal is encroaching further and further, and then these fuckers just jump in and like some kind of fucking like super star destroyer kind of bullshit that's like bigger than anything else, and it's like, hey guys, we're home. Hey, who are these fuckers? Hey, what do you guys think you do? And then it's like they just have like some kind of super weapon on there and just.
But they gotta be like total rednecks, you know, like Aussies showing up like, hey bro, what's up, man? Oh, you got a problem? Yeah, I can help. Boom. So anyways, got some beer?
Hey, does what's face still make that Martian whiskey?
Yeah.
We ran out like 200 years ago.
You just see like this fucking UEE admiral just completely like slack-jawed. They just like
what's face Bishop? Gary
Oldman. Still just slack-jawed.
Hold my beer. We got this. That'd
be hilarious.
Yep. I'm gonna say I think that it's either that or they're being like Data Machine said, they're being used as toothpicks by the Vandal.
Yeah. But then again, considering the Vandal will take entire systems,
they're kind of like the
if the Vandal found their system, you know, if they found a jump point into the system, they're just gone. They're just going to be skeletons.
Yeah.
Like there's just going to be nothing left.
But if there is if there's no jump point there, and the Vandal do eventually I'm talking like gameplay years and years from now, invade the human systems and we're having problems, that might be a good gameplay is, hey, let's go find that closed off system nobody knows about.
Maybe the answer to that system is in this black hole.
Yeah.
Right? Let's send someone in it.
Who wants to volunteer on their Terrapin?
No, Dave on the Cyclone, man.
Cyclone Dave.
Cyclone Dave. There you go. You've named it. He is now the
player. You just see all these references. Who the fuck is Cyclone Dave?
Yep. Well, that'll be the new...
So we've created two new things in this episode. Cyclone Dave, Cyclone Dave, Cyclone Bob, and skeletons is now the Star Citizen like future term for when someone's dead. Oh, they're skeleton now.
Yeah, well, I think Cyclone Mando. Dave is the replacement for Leroy Jenkins now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mando, we need a T-shirt with like a cyclone, and it has to be like tilted upward, you know, like it was doing like a midair jump or something. Just Cyclone Dave under
and have like a guy with his arm waving out the side.
Yeah, doing like the handstand on it.
Hey, no handstand, but like his arms sticking out or something. Maybe like devil horns or something.
Oh, better yet, it's evil. It's Evil Knievel outfit, but like Star Citizen themed. So it's like a Star Citizen noob suit, but with an Evil Knievel cape.
Well, Data Machine's gonna want him to have a Vandal head on.
No, he's attacking the Vandal,
and he's got to have a monocle.
Mono, what now?
Cyclone Dave.
Cyclone Dave, and he's got to be saying, "Hold my beer."
As he goes, so Slim Pickens rode the bomb to hell, so he's gonna ride the Cyclone into the black hole.
Yep. Yeehaw!
Weird little doggy.
Now the real question is, are they? What do you guys? I'm kind of hoping they go as realistic as possible. Which granted, we never, it's hard to do with black holes, but from what we know of them, they try to go as realistic as possible with a black hole. How they look, that would be really cool.
Oh,
just going up to one,
just because.
Just going up like near one and seeing the time, like the gravity, the gravitational distortion of space and time around it. Oh, that's just gonna look so cool.
You know that image where it looks like it's almost like a flat disc, but then it's got like a half ring going over the top.
Right.
You know, that's supposed to depict a black hole.
Yeah.
The reason I know that whenever I think I'm smarter than other people, the reason I know I'm wrong and that I'm an idiot is because I still can't wrap my brain around what that visual image actually represents.
So it's actually
it looks cool, but the actual like understanding the physics of what I'm looking at, I just can't seem.
I'll try to explain it. It's pretty much.
Books.
So the reason they draw it like that, where it's like, okay, you have like essentially two rings around the black hole, almost like one horizontally, one vertically, is because there's actually only one ring, but because the image, space and time is the gravity is so intense that it's warping the imagery around it. You're seeing it twice.
Right. But I guess what I'm talking about is, the image in what was the McConaughey movie?
Interstellar, yeah.
Interstellar. So that the interstellar image.
It's like it would really, like, honestly, like, this isn't an inaccurate depiction of how it would look without the distortion effect.
Right.
It's just like a flat accretion disk. Obviously, there should be a solid black ball that, it's just a black ball. Like, there's nothing.
It's just how I know that I'm an idiot is the fact that, like, when I see that, I go, yeah, it looks really cool, but I have no understanding of the physics that are like.
By the way, I love that there are two dead planets in this system with a black hole.
Well, I mean, you're not
one is
to be alive, are you?
One is soon to be just completely. Well, actually, I want to say it's going to be consumed.
Think about the radiation mass coming off of that.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be
killing.
I want to say it could be consumed, but it may not. The planet may have somehow achieved a stable orbit around the black hole, because black holes still just gravity, so you can achieve a stable orbit around it. It's not always going to suck you up and kill you.
Relatively.
But this other planet's far out.
Is extending so far out that Now, who's to say that planet isn't locked in a rotation where it only shows one side?
Like Merc.
So I mean, potentially
one side's molten, the other side's ice. Theoretically, on those types of worlds,
enough, through the radiation without dying, to get on the backside of that planet, you might be able to figure something out.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with black holes. It's like, oh yeah, it's so cool. As long as you're in, a stable orbit or whatever around it, you should be fine. Except for the radiation, the extreme amount of gamma radiation they emit, and X-ray radiation.
Dave, we got a job for you. We need you to find out how the radiation is out there.
Cyclone Dave. The rescue.
How close it is to the black hole, though, the speed that it would be orbiting would be nearly impossible to match. You just end up getting whacked.
And according to the description, it does say closely. By the way, the size of this black hole system, 304 AU.
Wow.
That is 299 more than the Stanton system.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely going to need a pit stop.
Sorry, we got none.
The Tamsa system is the most recent addition to the UEE and contains 2 planets in orbit around a black hole. It was discovered in 2943 by Banu explorer, I'm not going to try and pronounce that name, who named it after visual artist Tamsa Wheel. Currently, the system is unavailable to the public while UEE surveyors access the system as required by the Fair Chance Act.
That sounds like a challenge to me.
I was about to say, Fair Chance Act, it's like the prime directive of Star Citizen, you can't, if there's a life in this star system, you can't interfere with it and all that.
How do we get players to come out here?
But what life would be in that system? They're 2 dead planets. One's a gas giant, which is in far orbit around the black hole, and the other one's like a rocky planet that's going to be devoured.
I mean, you don't know. There could be a species that feeds off of gamma radiation.
That's
true. There could be space whales in there.
I'm going to put tinfoil around my prospector, and then I'm going to go mining.
Look, yeah, let's do it.
That only works if you have a tinfoil hat, too.
See that's it's gonna
willing
be
to try
Minor
it.
Bob. We got Cyclone Dave and Minor Bob, and Minor Bob wears a tinfoil hat on his prospector. So like you get the prospector, you just have a tinfoil hat, giant tinfoil hat on the prospector.
No, and you need the prospector needs to be covered in tinfoil, except for like a tiny slit that he looks out through.
No, there's no looking.
Yes,
Just
I'm
sensors,
down with
there you
that. I like that idea.
Actually, yeah, I like that. And Cyclone Dave can give him flying instructions via the radio.
By the way, for anyone
Dave
curious
and
why we said
Prospector Bob.
the Cyclone is a ground vehicle with wheels and no maneuvering capabilities in space
No,
whatsoever.
you can use it in space.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You can get it in. You can achieve orbital velocities with it.
It solely relies on
Lovely.
gravity of other celestial bodies.
The Cyclone?
Why do you think they call him Cyclone Dave? Because he's the only one crazy enough to do it.
Interesting. The Garen star system had life on it, but due to like a Messer era thing, they killed all this. They killed them.
Dragonfly Bob.
Dragonfly Bob.
Yes.
It doesn't have the same ring to it though. Ranger Bob.
Dragonfly Dave.
I don't know. Better, but I don't know.
Well, what about? No, the Nox doesn't really work with anything.
Yeah.
Just call
fuck
him
the Nox.
Dragonfly Dan.
There you go. Dragonfly Dan.
I feel like the Rocha's getting too big though at this point.
Well, it's okay. They're all expendable, so.
Well, of course, but
You want a big org, right?
it's like newbie comes along. Here, wear this hat. Why does it say Cyclone Dave on here? Don't ask questions. Just put the hat on.
It's branding, okay? Just go with it.
Why does the Cyclone have a whole lot of old bloodstains on it? Don't ask questions.
What's the star system that has that's protected by the Fair Chance Act that has like the four-armed species that we don't know anything about?
Don't know.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Well, gentlemen, it's getting late. I think I'm gonna call it.
You mean
We
early?
should probably.
Yeah, that too.
It's not
Probably
even
move on.
midnight. What are you talking about?
It's only 2 a.m.
It's almost 11.
Almost
For
2.
you.
Yeah, it's almost 2.
lightweights.
For Cam and I, it's
Gosh.
almost 2. Hey, just
When
realized
you get
our
older,
Discord
You'll be able to stay up later.
our Discord icons are all matching to our time zone.
Are they?
Cam and I are on the east, and then I think then Data's in the middle, and then you have over in
Yep.
you're in in Mountain Time, right?
West Coast, best
West
coast.
Coast.
That's gonna cause some comments, I'm sure.
Why? Who cares?
Actually, I think Cam and Data are a little bit closer to each other's time zones than
Yeah. Oh yeah, because
than Cam and you, Mando.
yeah, they definitely are.
But anywho,
I'm on the East Coast, New York, where everything's crap.
New York.
You can have shit in Detroit.
Not Detroit yet, but it is becoming Detroit.
Get a rope. God, I can't even remember what the commercial was. I just remember that punchline.
Remember the commercial either? I know what you're. I know what
It was
the
like
punchline.
barbecue sauce or something.
Yeah.
Anyways. All right, Data Machine.
Yep.
Talk to you later.
See you guys later.
Yeah.
Drive fast, take chances.
Is that how that works?
Remember, hit the pedestrians. Okay. Pedestrians are
Right,
points.
how that works.
Hit the pedestrians. Pregnant woman, 2 points. Alright, so moving on. Just beat out some of these things real quick. Assassin's Creed is becoming a live service title, apparently.
Not surprised.
I know,
Not
right? Like
surprised.
they kind of been leaning towards it. Personally, that ship, I jumped ship on that franchise, pun totally intended. After Black Flag, not because it was a bad game, but because it was the last good game.
You don't
I played
understand?
Unity
hate
and I hated
all
it. So, well,
Ubisoft
hmm.
games have become not just like live service kind of stuff, but they've become all just generic open
Right.
world bullshit. I mean, look at fucking like Ghost Recon. Ghost Recon used to be a really great
Oh, and then you
FPS.
have Breaking Point.
It's literally just a modern Assassin's Creed.
No, not even. That's being nice. Have you seen the
Mm.
reviews for the most recent one, Breakpoint, or as it's more commonly known, Breaking Point? It's horrible. It's like microtransaction, paywall block,
Oh yeah.
nightmare.
Well, you got to get that extra cash money. You know, hey, I mean, sure, they paid the first $60, but where's the second $60?
Yeah, we'll get into that later. But the article here, so yeah, Ubisoft pivoting Assassin's Creed to live service approach. Now, to me, Assassin's Creed hasn't been Assassin's Creed since Black Flag, really, or actually no, since Rogue, because that came out after Black Flag, but it's essentially reusing Black Flag's engine, but with a new story, new characters. It was a good game, honestly. Actually, I played it. It was fun, but that's really like the last good game there.
Hmm.
Aside from Unity had good, like experiments in it. Like I liked the co-op gameplay that they had. That feature was great. I wanted to see it returned, and iterated on in future titles, and they just abandoned it. A la Halo 4 abandoning Spartan Ops type thing. Like, yeah, no, bring it back and improve upon it. Like, it was a good thing, just not executed well. But because it didn't do well, they just scrapped it entirely, and I didn't do that in both cases. But with Assassin's Creed, really, like, the story has been, ever since Assassin's Creed 3, the story really has started going downhill. With Assassin's Creed 4 and Rogue, at least the Animus story, like the story, the historical quote unquote story, the set in the past thing, that was good. But really, Assassin's Creed was going downhill at that point. Apparently, due to the management of the games, like with the director, whatever his name is, Ashraf Ismail, I think his name is. Apparently, Rogue and Black Flag were anomalies. Like they were good when what they were trying to do was stuff like what they were trying to do was stuff like Unity and Syndicate and now like in those types of games, but somehow Black Flag and Rogue came out and were really really good. And then obviously with 2017 with Assassin's Creed Origins, and then later 2018's Odyssey, and most recently Valhalla. I think it's 2018. I don't remember. Whatever. But those games, I may be wrong about 2018 or Odyssey, but the Origins onward, they kind of ditched the normal Assassin's Creed formula for essentially going even further into the open world trend and trading the Assassin's Creed elements and what made Assassin's Creed storytelling, gameplay, etc., and traded it in for a more Witcher style RPG because that's what they were trying to be. They're trying to be like this, essentially, let's do this historical fantasy RPG, but without the balls and the risk of creating a new franchise and a new IP and just using the Assassin's Creed brand recognition to sell it. At least that's what it seemed like to me. Like, it's not the same. Like, you look at games like Assassin's Creed Revelations or Assassin's Creed, even Black Flag, it's a totally different game to what we have today, and some of the features aren't even in. I remember when Origins came out, and they removed being able to hide in plain sight. Now, granted, it was the Origin game, but still, like you're getting rid of gameplay.
Part of it.
Like that was exactly. That was the whole. That was literally like an advertising, like a tagline of this franchise. It was like hiding in plain sight, like it's assassination type stuff. And you couldn't hide in crowds or on benches anymore. Like, yeah. But apparently, they revealed on Wednesday that the future of Assassin's Creed is going to be a live service approach to the franchise called Assassin's Creed Infinity. That's creative.
Yeah.
Said no one. The now in development Assassin's Creed Infinity will be a collaborative project between Ubisoft Montreal and Ubisoft Quebec. Mark, I'm not even trying to pronounce it. Will lead the cross-studio project as executive producer, and Elonier will brand director of the franchise will join as well. There's nothing. It's just great. Another franchise that's going to do the live service and ultimately fail like every other title that's done it so far.
Yep.
Avengers being the most recent case, but Anthem, Fallout 76, Battlefield 5, Ghost Recon.
My cat is protesting at me that I'm still up.
All right, guys, have a good night.
So,
Right, night.
I'm out too, Mando.
All
See
ya. Yeah. So Assassin's Creed going the way of the dodo with this, and it sucks. But honestly, at least for me, they were already kind of, a dead franchise to, not dead, but kind of, I was disenfranchised with the franchise. They weren't Assassin's Creed for years now, so this isn't, okay, who cares? That's kind of my reaction to this. And I guess I'll cover also, no, that's not it. Where the hell is it? Here we are. So, Sony draws the ire of indie video game makers. So, this is an interesting one because apparently, Sony just is horrible with indie development. I don't have any interest or care in the console wars, right? I have an Xbox One that I bought back in 2014 that I don't really use that often anymore. It's I'm a PC guy, so I don't really care about this, but it was evident that PlayStation 4 won from the get-go. But with the new consoles, I would say Xbox is winning. They're definitely being more customer friendly. They're being pro-customer, pro-gamer with Game Pass and their recent practices. I mean, not saying they're perfect at all. They're not perfect by any stretch, but they're doing better than Sony. Whereas Sony's focusing more on exclusivity, and in previous episodes we covered how they're focusing more on Americanizing the company and focusing more on big blockbuster successes instead of just making games where it's okay, if this game isn't a blockbuster success, like a movie-worthy game, then it technically failed in their eyes, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make more Ghost of Tsushima's and more Uncharted type games, more very blockbuster movie style games. And that's great, but it also means that for indie developers as well as just regular developers that Sony hasn't owned to make these games, kind of makes it suck. So here's the article. It's by Jason Schreier and Bloomberg. Video game industry has a new villain of the week, Sony Corp's PlayStation platform. Several independent video game developers spoke out against the frustrating treatment they've received from Sony, essentially claiming that the Japanese tech giant fails to properly support smaller game developers. These developers say their contracts at Sony can sometimes take weeks or months to respond to queries if they're lucky enough to have contracts at all. And while massive blockbusters receive prominent display on the digital PlayStation Store, indie games are difficult for players to discover. Unlike on Xbox, where you have Game Pass, it just shows you any game, really. You have indie titles mixed in with, AAA titles like Halo and Gears. So, that's one thing they're doing right. Marketing is more important than ever for game developers, which is true. And really for any artist, honestly. Well, not more important, but it is a important factor. Having some experience in that aspect of the industry. With an increasingly large number of titles being released every year, vying for players' attentions, for developers who have possibly poured their life savings into creating a game, a single store promotion can make the difference between success and failure. That's why developers are risking torching their relationship with Sony to publicly complain. Yeah, there's a lot of bridge burning here. Apparently, one of the reason this started is because one of the developers, one of the indie devs, spoke out online about it, and he referred to it as Platform X, meaning PlayStation, though he probably should have used Platform S or something. But they're essentially saying not PlayStation, effectively, is, and then goes into detail about how awful it was. But I can just read it here. The relationship between smaller studios and Sony is in stark contrast to two rivals, Microsoft and Nintendo, both of which have shown more willingness and support with work with indies. Developers say Sony didn't respond for a request to comment. About half a dozen people took to Twitter using their real names this week, and several others spoke anonymously to gaming press outlets. The backlash led to thousands of posts on social media, as well as gaming forums on sites like Reddit and Reset Era. Some of the developers who aired their grievances said they hoped the public pressure would lead to Sony to change its policies, which is a noble goal. But the outcry began when Taiwan-based indie developer I think Ian Garner wrote on Twitter Wednesday that he was frustrated with Platform X, which he later confirmed to Bloomberg was PlayStation. In order to get promotion, you must jump through hoops, beg and plead. I have no idea how to succeed on this platform, and they won't tell me. In an interview, Garner said he felt compelled to share his experience following a PlayStation video seminar in which the company encourages attendees to pay $25,000 for front page promotion on the store. $25,000. That's an indie developer's not going to be able to pay that. At best, all the money they had went to making the game, or at the very least, is to promote. Like, they're not going to have that type of money. It felt like a seminar you'd run if you knew that everyone you heard, who heard what you had to say, was going to be pissed. Other indie developers shared charts showing off only fractions of their games' sales on PlayStation, which here one factor they said was that other platforms were more flexible about allowing games to go on sale. Garner said that on Microsoft's Xbox and Nintendo Switch, he can sell games at a discount every few weeks without much effort, whereas PlayStation doesn't offer that option. According to this, here's the image. Wow. So PlayStation is 0.3%. They make fridges now. Xbox, and then they sell cardboard games. So Nintendo. The one where they hate number. Steam. The one where they hate number 3. Half-Life 3, Portal 3, Team Left 4 Dead 3. I mean, it's true. Steam is the best place for indie. I like that. The one where they hate number 3. He's being clever about it. But yeah, this totally sucks, and I'm glad to see people actually speaking out against Sony, because Sony, especially as of late, as of the last 2 years, has been very, very anti-customer, very anti-customer, anti-gamer, whatever you want to call it. And between the PS4 controllers not working with the PS5, except for a few specific PS4 games, and you'd think, okay, so what? You get the new controllers for the new console. But all the PS4 peripheral controls, i.e., flight sticks, steering wheels, pedals, what have you, all of those that were for the PS4 will work fully with the PlayStation 5. So why not the base controller? Especially when the new PS5 controller is essentially a PlayStation version of the Xbox controller. And being someone who's used a PlayStation controller for like 6 years, like I used one for roughly 6 years before it broke on me, but the conductive paint on it stopped working, and that's not something I can fix. I don't have any conductive paint for the buttons, but I was using the controller for my PC, and I gotta say, it is really, really nice. Feels good to hold. It's light, nice for my big hands, and I can understand people like, okay, I don't like this new controller, it doesn't feel right or whatever it is, and they want to use the old controller, but now they can't, and they'll have to resort to buying a new third-party controller that's more PlayStation 4 designed. And the reason why I bring this up at all is because Xbox, with their Xbox Series X and S, will have said and will allow, and it is evident because I have tried this, and that is a friend's place. The Xbox One controllers work fully with the Xbox Series X. You don't even need an Xbox Series X controller. You can use your Xbox One controller, which means, say you have a family, you have kids, like 3 kids or whatever, and you have an Xbox One, you get the Xbox Series X. It means you don't have to buy a whole new set of controllers so all your kids can play together and all their friends can play with them. You have the controllers already. Problem solved. That's what I mean by there being pro customer and Sony's being that. And also the fact that I mentioned the select PS4 games that run the PS5. Those select PS4 games, they run. They changed it recently, relatively recently, so that it's not just the specific console exclusives from the PS4, but a few other titles because of Xbox going like full backwards compatibility all the way to the original Xbox with their new console. So, kind of interesting to see, like, okay, Xbox winning after such a horrible generation with the Xbox One. A lot of mistakes with that console and the games that came on it, or lack thereof, problems. But back to the point here with Sony and these indie devs, like, yeah, no, these indie devs, like, they're forced to pay in order to get their like, for Sony, it's like, oh, look, we're supporting indie devs. It's a PR move. It helps them with their investors and with the general populace. But for these indie devs, they're effectively struggling and having and being forced to pay in order to get their titles on that platform. Or I should say, pay an exorbitant amount of money, an egregious amount of money. Not like, oh, they have to pay to get you have to pay to get your game on that platform, but like, they're being forced to pay an amount that they literally cannot pay. They don't have that money. Yep. What it is, I guess. As Bloomberg reported in April, Sony's strategy in recent years has been to prioritize the biggest blockbusters, and sometimes that comes at the expense of smaller teams, even non-indie teams. For Sony, the strategy has been working financially, but it may cost the company developers that produce smaller games fans like too, and it's also costing them a lot of customers. Offering a choice of indie games can help bolster the lineup for systems like the PlayStation 5 in the months between tentpole releases. It can also lead to goodwill from fans and developers alike. Matthew White, who runs a small video game publisher called Whitethorn Games, said in an interview that it sometimes takes a very long time to get responses to simple questions. The staff seems like they're run ragged by the number of indies they have to represent. During the last console generation, Sony positioned the PlayStation 4 as the market leader in part thanks to its wooing of indies. Thanks in part to its wooing of indies off rival competitors and smartphones. Now, with the PlayStation 5 sold out nearly a year after its launch, the company appears to have shifted priorities. And true, especially, gotta keep in mind, it's not like PlayStation, like, okay, I would say Xbox is winning, but PlayStation still has more users. PlayStation 5's sold out like crazy, mainly due to scalpers, but that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people want PlayStation. And with this, it's kind of sucks for indie devs. Even IGN reported on it being a bigger, it's probably not as big as Bloomberg, but still. After the console generation, blah blah blah, we already know this stuff. But yeah, we got this conversation, the Twitter thread. I've seen videos about it. I don't Twitter, so never my use of Twitter is through articles like this, where I see a screenshot. I don't use Twitter. I've never used it, and I never plan to. I stand by that. But yeah, I don't even have an account or anything. Anyway, yeah, so we already read this, it goes about the Platform X, but they do quote him here a bit more, saying a very successful console does not have game, so essentially PlayStation, and he criticizes their tools, their communication, or lack thereof, and interest in supporting indies, which doesn't exist, meaning they don't have an interest in supporting them. And he calls out a lack of transparent processes, poor communications, already an extremely limited ability to discount games, and an inability to get games promoted on the store without either obscure or expensive methods. Platform X gives developers no ability to manage their games. In order to get a promotion, you must jump through hoops, beg, and plead for any level of promotion, and a blog is not as good as they think. And for that, he means the PlayStation blog, which, the only people that check the PlayStation blog, as far as I'm aware, are people that report the news on it once a month at most for whatever news story about PlayStation. If Sony doesn't like your game, no fanfare, no feature, no love. Yeah, and conversation sparked by a thread that comes at the time when Sony seems to be trying in small ways to nudge the narrative around its indie support in a more positive direction for PR. Last year, it launched a $10 million fund to support indie developers during COVID-19, and it recently appointed Shuhei Yoshida to lead a new initiative to support indie studios. This is following a PS4 console generation during which Sony seems largely uninterested in such support, letting its efforts lapse and be largely outshined by its competitors' programs in ID, Xbox, and Nintendo's indies. Later, Nintendo Indie World. Yeah, Indie World's better than... which have historically included in-person showcases, numerous digital showcases, blogs, tweets, behind-the-scenes support, and just a whole lot of games. I mean, yeah, how much of Xbox and Bethesda's game showcase at E3 this year was fuck ton of indie titles. Not saying that's bad, just saying like that. Yeah, they're definitely not saying they don't also use it for PR. They totally do, but at least they're doing more with it in a way that actually helps the developers that make these games. However, for all I know, we're going to hear another story about Microsoft doing something really sinister with their indie devs as well. I don't know. But from where I'm standing, it seems like they're doing pretty all right by them. Following Gardner's thread, I spoke to 4 other indie publishers and 2 indie developers, one who self-published, about its content, all of whom named Sony as the platform they were specifically criticizing, though they could not speak for Garner. But yeah, it was Garner's also talking about Sony, later revealed by the Bloomberg article I just read. Again, we already know this stuff, we just read it in the other article. But that's actually an accurate title here. It's a one-way partnership, it seems. And as we mentioned, Sony's going more... First off, they're Americanizing the company, alienizing their Japanese audience. Then they're focusing on blockbuster hits in terms of their games, which then limits what types of games they're making. And they're focusing exclusively on, PlayStation exclusives, as opposed to, games that go, here's a and it has crossplay that's coming to Sony or whatever it is. Like that's their main thing. Sony's main thing, like their main moneymaker, consistent moneymaker, is their exclusives. And there's nothing wrong with that, except that's all they have going for them. Think about it. And to be perfectly honest, I am very biased against Sony because of what they do with Spider-Man, and that being that they make him a PlayStation exclusive unjustly. David Logan, CEO of Akupara Games, offered an explanation for at least some of the frustrating processes those I spoke to mentioned. He told me that the main reason Sony's processes for game submission were more involved than others had to do with submitting products based on region, something the company had done throughout the PS4 era. So, for worldwide launches, games had to go through separate submission processes for Sony America, Europe, Japan, and Asia, with Japan and Asia having their own portals and processes that require translation from Japanese to true. In 2020, he continued, Sony had begun working toward streamlining all of this, but movement has been slow and documentation is often an update or two behind. Parts of the process change on an almost weekly basis, and it oftentimes needs to involve multiple reps. Support tickets and parts of the back end, which is still split into two different pipelines, make movement on specific issues, Logan said. We've been blocked by Sony directly on things like updating ratings, terminology usage, trophy visibility, and patch review, all within the last few months. However, my team does recognize the active changes and the streamlining Sony is heading towards, though there are instances where we wish it was similar to the pipeline we had grown accustomed to over the past few years. Slow or annoying paperwork is one thing, but the publishers I spoke with all confirmed that these issues were made worse for small companies working with Sony due to the slow or non-existent communication processes. Logan said he had a support ticket open with Sony for 9 months. Wow. Well, they're not. When they border on 2 years, then they'll be as bad as VA. But that's just any excuse to hit on VA because they suck. Which his company pays monthly, trying to get assistance. Christian Botia, project manager at Those Awesome Guys, said that while sometimes you might get a fast reply from Sony to help resolve an issue, sometimes you might be waiting a month for a reply or something simple. A lot of the time, that reply feels like something that could have been somehow integrated into the documentation in a better way, or better integrated and streamlined into the publishing process. So in other words, it should have, whatever documentation or guidelines or whatever that these devs should be following should be more clear and not rely on them having to ask questions about it only to get answers that should have been in this document, as opposed to the document being a bunch of bureaucratic nonsense. We've all used one of those before, so you know what it's like regarding getting their game ticketing system. Yeah, like according to this dev here, the best way I can put it is that I was thrown to the wolves and told survive. Which I did by trial and error every day. And apparently Sony, indie devs for Sony, according to Garner, discounts on Sony for indie devs are invite only and also very limited. So you can't apply or anything to be discounted. Invite only. Okay. Other publishers I spoke to, again referring specifically to Sony, confirmed that Sony is notoriously stingy with who it allows to hold discounts on its platforms and when. Multiple people I spoke to confirmed this to be the case, saying that publishers can only run discounts when explicitly invited by Sony. Matthew White, CEO of Whitethorn Digital, told me that PlayStation sets the discount with publishers able to agree or make a counteroffer, but timing and rate are ultimately dictated by the platform. You almost never get invited, he said. Say 2 in a year. That's probably on the upside. Maximum. He and others confirmed to me, as well as that no other platform runs its discount like this, with most other storefronts allowing publishers to discount their games when and how they like, with a handful of exceptions. It's a move, they say, not only frustrates customers, but also harms small developers who frequently use sales as an easy way to get their games noticed and talked about more broadly. True. I mean, look at Among Us. Among Us was this game that was made in like 2018, but only in 2020, some streamer picked it up and it became super popular and it blew up. And this was an indie game. Like these indie games need to have a storefront to be featured and promoted on, and on occasion go on sale. Otherwise, they're never going to get noticed. Ever. They don't have the marketing budget, the billions of dollars of marketing budget that these AAA titles have. They don't. They have to rely on others in order to get their game known. And when those others make it extremely difficult, they're, like as this guy put it, honestly felt like a fee-to-pay tactic. We slow you down and you can pay to speed it up, regarding the $25,000 fee in order to get your game on the storefront. That's not feasible for indie game dev. If I were to start, making games, I couldn't pay that. And according to an indie developer here, the $25,000 offer that Garner received resulted in some head scratching from the other publishers I spoke to, says the writer of this article. Many hadn't heard of it before, the Twitter thread, though all of them confirmed it was too rich for their companies to manage. Logan suggested that for smaller developers, that price point would amount to the entire lifetime sales of the title, which is not far off, honestly. Especially since, say an indie game at most goes for $20. At most. And that's like, Doom level indie games. But most of these indie games we're talking about usually go for like $2 to $5 to like maybe at most $10, really. He continued, that price tag definitely excludes most smaller and mid-sized developers and publishers from consideration. And then even says, this is an amount greater than or equal to some indie developers' entire marketing budget. As I mentioned before, they don't have the marketing budget to, do this game, to promote the game on their own. That's why they have to rely on others. The Kotaku report verified the figures Garner is referring to, saying that the pricing is even more visibility on PlayStation can go as high as $200,000, though it's unclear how much visibility that gets a company. Kotaku also said that Microsoft runs similar payment schemes for the Xbox Store. I actually want to see what the numbers. I don't have any, maybe it's a link somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, they even mentioned the same thing. Like, you don't have the pre-hype, the AAA marketing budget and the pre-hype machine that all these, Xbox, Bethesda, Sony, Nintendo, Activision games have. Makes things difficult, and when you don't have that money, you can't be asked to pay $25,000 to get your game onto a platform when the platform is supposedly the one that's trying to endorse you for PR needs. So those fees can reach six figures. That's a lot. According to this, Sony is letting down indies on a massive scale while using us as a key part of their marketing. He told us, likely referencing the larger profile certain indies were given at E3 this year. The recent call I had showed that they had no regard for us, our opinions, or our livelihoods. What's worse is that it ensures that their customers get a worse deal and have less options. I don't understand the logic, but it seems to be bad for everyone, including them. I'm gonna end it on that. That's just accurate, yeah. I'm probably gonna do a follow. You know what? I'm gonna do a follow-up video on this. I'm gonna get Poger involved because he knows the PlayStation stuff better than I do. But I'm definitely gonna do a follow-up video on this stuff because I hate it. I hate seeing some of these indie games. You know, I've played Among Us. It's a really fun game. You know, love that mystery, murder mystery type thing. And there are some really good indie games out there that deserve the attention and the praise. You know, unlike AAA games, or as I mentioned before, Assassin's Creed, where they didn't want to take a risk, they didn't want to break out of the mold. In fact, they went further into the mold and became more bland and tried to follow the trends of like The Witcher and all of that. Indie games can be creative without that, without care of that risk because they don't have all that money to lose, so to speak. They can be more creative about it and they can have more fun with it. I'm gonna end. Actually, I want to do talk. You know what? I'll save this for next week. Yeah, you guys are seeing it on the screen. You're like, what the fuck? But I'm gonna save that for next week. I'm gonna leave that as your little cliffhanger for now. But yeah. Alright, so I think that's gonna wrap it up for this episode. We really went full on in Star Citizen, and I had a lot of fun with that. So no problem. Like really, I don't see a problem there. If you want to help support the channel, you guys know the drill. Share the video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And if you want to help support the channel in a more personal way, links in the description below for the various eBay, various stores that we have. The description, eBay, bam, takes you to the eBay page. Artwork that I make and sell. I make it, I print it, and I sell it. If you want to help, we do have a fund. I'm working on further developing the product. I'm making a "What Can Possibly Go Wrong" t-shirt because it is Cam's catchphrase, and we're gonna make a really cool t-shirt about it. We also have a fund called "What Can Possibly Go Wrong." It really is just a fund for fun's sake. Like, we need money for various projects we want to do, and we don't have any money, so we figured we can have money because we're desperate enough. And if you want to give us, we got PayPal, just bam, send money. And we also have a Teespring store, so if you want to actually get something in return aside from the artwork here, this also goes into the project I mentioned. But if you want to get a t-shirt, like Cam mentioned, I'm gonna work on a Cyclone Dave or Dragonfly Dave or whatever t-shirt. We got Star Wars Dead t-shirt with our logo on it. Our True Gaming Gear t-shirt here. Where the hell is it? For those of you that speak Hebrew like I do. Hot Shot. There it is. What the frick, frack, snick, snack, patty, whack, give a dog a bone kind of t-shirt is this. And, of course, the internet. use it for more than kitten pictures and porn. Come on, guys and gals. Yeah, so that's that. We didn't get to cover a lot of the topics today, but that's all right. Yeah, we had a lot of fun talking about Star Citizen. Like, look, it's a game. I mean what I said. It is truly one of the only games that is actually making groundbreaking innovations and evolving what a game can be. The only game that's truly making innovations and evolving what a game can be. That's got to stand for something. And also, speaking, and I should probably mention this before we go. I am going to mention Amazon Lumberyard goes open source. So AWS is a founding member of the newly created Open 3D Foundation, which aims to support open source projects. Amazon's game engine, Lumberyard, which is essentially a renamed CryEngine. Amazon purchased Crytek a few years ago, which, by the way, Star Citizen uses a very, 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 very edited version. It's almost the best way to think of it is it's a clone. It's a genetically modified clone of CryEngine that they call Star Engine. Like, it's completely unrecognizable if you compared the two, but Star Citizen, like the base Star Citizen engine, is based on CryEngine, so which is now Lumberyard. So maybe that means that future developers that use Lumberyard can make games along the lines of Star Citizen, but I doubt it. But just fun to theorize, but the reality is less promising. But the move is part of a creation of the Open 3D Foundation, initiative led by the Linux Foundation that aims at supporting open source projects that advance capabilities related to 3D graphics, rendering, authoring, and development. An updated version of Lumberyard will be made available under the name Open 3D Engine, or O3DE, under the Apache 2.0 license, with a developer preview already available, and the full release is planned for the late 2021. But here you have the Open 3D Engine preview. Pretty neat. Founding members of the Open 3D Foundation include Cellbyte, Apocalypse Studios, Amazon Web Services, Carbonated, Hawaii. I say that like I don't know if I'm pronouncing correctly. Intel, the International Game Developers Association, Kathera AI, Niantic, I think, which is the company that makes Pokemon Go, if I'm remembering correctly. Anyway, Wargaming, and among others. Newly created foundation will be hosting its inaugural Open 3D Engine Con in October. Bill Vase, VP of Engineering at Amazon Web Services, commented, "We're proud to offer a 3D development community of an unencumbered AAA capable," very true. Remember, CryEngine is what's responsible for the Crysis games. A real-time 3D engine with one of the broadest arrays of integrated 3D authoring tools in the industry, including a new photorealistic renderer built for both modern gaming hardware and distributed cloud rendering. We believe that creating a first-class community-driven open-source option will revolutionize real-time 3D development, as Linux did for operating systems and Apache did for the web. I mean, they ain't wrong. Linux is the best. If you want to learn more about Lumberyard, the GamesIndustry.biz Academy dedicated to a guide to Amazon's tech as part of its ongoing series on. I'll put the link to this along with the rest of the sources at the end in the comments section, as always, for you guys. And yep, here's Fun Premium Games' Star Citizen version of Lumberyard. There you have it. Cool. But yeah, it's open source. That's wild. Yeah, I'm gonna end it now. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. Whether you're watching this live here in the chat, and I see some guys in the chat, hey, or you're catching this on the rerun, I just want to say thank you. And yeah, until next time, I hope you guys have a good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it is, whatever the hell you are. Good time zone, and